Good evening, everybody out there in internet land. Hi, how you doing? And a big old howdy. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. This is live stream coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are headed for a star-studded lineup. I've got star-studded panelists who are here with me. We'll start bringing them in here in just 1 second. We are on Rumble. We are on YouTube. So if you haven't done it yet, please send out the word to your friends, your brothers, your mothers, your lovers, your sisters, your misters. Tell them to get in here because this is the ultimate night of the convention when Donald Trump will, for the third consecutive time, accept his party's nomination to seek the presidency of the United States. I am joined tonight by my fellow panelists. We'll bring them in here in just a second. Again, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I am sometimes known as the fine fella in the fedora. I am sometimes known as the beau in the chapeau. On occasion, I'm called the common man with common sense, but above all else, I am called your host. Again, we're on Rumble. We are on that quaint little alternative social media platform known as YouTube. Got a great lineup of panelists with me this evening, analyzing speeches, listening to what's going on. We're going to go ahead and start dropping the music and bring these fine gentlemen in. And as always, I am joined in my coverage of events like this by my good friend, the inestimable Reuben Christopher Haynes. Reuben, how you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing very well. Sorry, I was off the cough right then.
No, look, no one ever guarantees. Everyone who watches my live streams knows 9 times out of 10, there's a distinct possibility I'm going to boomer something. So I love it when one of my co-panelists does the boomer, so I don't feel quite so bad. So thank you very much. I appreciate the help.
No, it's good being here. And this has been a historic week. We've had a number of very historical speeches, moments that will live in the annals of time of American history, because that's what we have to remember. This is American history, and it's being played out every single night. Not only what we see inside the halls in Milwaukee, it's what we see on X, what we see all over the place. The news, the cycle right now, ever since Saturday, the shift is here.
Absolutely.
Let's see what happens tonight. Tonight will be an historic night again.
Absolutely. And we're also going to bring in our next panelist, my friend from Texas. He's becoming a fast friend of the Electronic Front Porch. He is the host of Real Talk with Darius on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Darius Simpson. How are you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. How are y'all?
We are good. We're just basically waiting for our first speaker to come up of the night. And we're also waiting for one more panelist, and he'll be here. I know him. When he says he's going to be somewhere, he'll be somewhere. We're waiting for the inestimable Christian Watson, a.k.a. the Professor. He will be dropping in to have some commentary with us this evening. Looking forward to have him here, and good evening, madame. Let's see who we got over on Rumble here. We got TBA says, howdy, Fedora Nation. Happy Thursday. Looks around, says, no Zippy, no WWG1, no Gypsy. I'm all alone. Let's see. WWG1 says, my paycheck from you bounced last week. Could you please contact payroll for me? Thanks, Brian. What do you mean your payroll bounced? What are you talking about? Surely you don't think that I had anything to do with that or whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a really good night. TBA says, yeah, man, if that check bounced, you ain't getting paid. No. We do not run that kind of organization here. I swear we don't.
I love the sense of humor.
Well, believe me, I've always told friends of mine I'm full of crap like a Christmas goose. So if you don't like humor, if you don't like funny, don't hang around me. You know, I might have square dad joke vibes, but you know, there you go.
Don't let that fool you.
Don't let that fool you. I am more than a pretty face, as I've said on more than one occasion. I think Reuben's absolutely right. This has been an absolutely historic week. Starting all the way with Saturday and the tragedy that happened. A man loses his life. 3 other people are injured. The former president is nearly assassinated.
Mm-hmm.
Answers are being asked for. A government is stonewalling the answers. And Darius, I know you've had various thoughts about this you want to talk about. Well, we're waiting for our I'm just keeping an eye on the stage, and if I need to interrupt you guys, I will. But your thoughts about Saturday, your thoughts about where we are in all of this.
Well, I agree with both you and Reuben. This is definitely very historic, and that's one of the things I was sharing with some family, some friends, well, mostly some friends recently, because last Friday I remember telling somebody, I said I just got this feeling. I was at work, just doing my duties, but it was kind of quiet and I wasn't busy. And I said, I just feel like we're in the eye of a storm or something. It's just, and it's kind of, you can just kind of feel something in the air. And so I had no idea, of course, and I'm not saying I knew this was coming, but that's when Saturday happened. I was here at home doing something on my computer, and I had my television on mute while I was waiting for Trump to come up to speak. And I would glance up here and there periodically. So one of the time I glance, he comes up on stage. I glance back down at my computer. I'm waiting for him to really get into his speech. A few seconds later, I look up and I notice he's down. Or I didn't see him in the picture, but the camera was still there. And then I started seeing some of the Secret Service agents come up, and I seen a couple of the sharpshooters come up. I was like, at first, because my phone, I still had my television on mute until it came on, and I was like, okay, maybe Trump is doing something new as we get close to the election. Maybe because sometimes he shows things on a jumbotron or something or whatever. So I'm thinking maybe he's throwing in a little monkey wrench to do something a little different. So I go ahead and turn up the sound, and I'm looking. I said, "Oh no, something just happened." I said, "Did they really just try to assassinate Trump on live TV?" This is insane. I mean, I'm texting people, reaching out. I called my dad. I was like, "Do you know?" My dad had just got in the door. I said, "Dad, they tried to assassinate. I think they tried to assassinate." This was insane. I was like, "Man."
Well, and you and I have you have a tie-in with me on that, because I mean, just to give you my side of it, and I've told this before, I was laying out on the couch taking a nap, and I had my phone on silent only because when I do a live stream, that's normally what I do, just to kind of keep something embarrassing from happening if possible, which doesn't necessarily stop me from having something embarrassing happening for other technical reasons, but we won't get into that. But I just happened to, I think I just happened to woken up at about 6:15, and I looked and I saw that my mom had called, and I called her back real fast because my mom's older, and you get a phone call like that in the afternoon, you just want to make sure everything's okay. She said, "Brian, I think they took a shot at Trump." And then I looked at my text message and I saw, he said, "Brian, they've tried to kill Trump." And I went, "Oh crap." I immediately flew into my where I'm sitting right now. I am getting all over the computer. But yeah, your text message was the second person that informed me of what was going on, and I went, "Holy cow!" I mean, Reuben and I are old enough to remember the assassination attempt on Reagan in '81, and that's where my brain went immediately. I'm like, "Holy cow! We haven't had this happen since what, 91, 01, 11, 21, over 40 plus years." And it's now been a week. Almost a week, and
almost a week already.
And I want to get your take on this while we're waiting for our first guest. Is it not extraordinary the times we're living in? Because social media, at least to me, and you can feel free to disagree with me if you want to, but social media is driving a lot of not just the conversation, but the information about what we're finding out. And then the press seems like they're following along behind that. I mean, granted, the press has access to the the halls of power in Washington, D.C., and they've got this source.
Hava speaking?
I'm sorry?
Is Hava speaking yet?
No, not yet. Apparently, they're running just a little bit behind. I've got a live feed on it, but no, she's not up there yet.
Who's speaking right now?
It's a gentleman named hang on, Steve Witkoff.
Okay,
don't know that much about him.
Yeah, he's after. She's after that.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, social media is driving this, and I've said this to Reuben and to people who are watching my channel. To me, the power of the media to craft the narrative about what's going on or what's happening or what you should think about it. If ever there was a moment in time that proves to me they haven't completely lost the ability to do it, But
Right.
for anybody with a half curious mind, they're looking at what the media is saying, and they're looking at what they're seeing on social media like, these two things do
Exactly.
not jive together. Why are these things incongruent of one another? You
Right.
know? So, I mean, your thoughts on that?
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. You know, when I first got into politics, I believe I mentioned this was when we first got together, is maybe in the early 2000s. When I first got into politics, one of the things I learned was this: those
Mhm.
who control the flow of information can control the minds of the people. And so if you're not a natural thinker of yourself on your own, you're easily going to be carried away with the going narrative. Whatever the streams, the information flows, that's where you're going to go. And then, of course, if you brought up in a household, whether there's either dominant Republican, dominant liberal, dominant Democrat, whatever, you likely going to follow that bent. And so me, I was brought up to be, I don't necessarily call myself conservative, but I mean a Republican, but I'm a conservative thinker. And so one of the things I've learned is that the media, they know how to, if they can control the information, they can control what people see. Because the average person looks at the media and say they must be official, they must be honest, they must be credible, they must be trustworthy because they
Mhm.
can't nobody fool me. They wouldn't do this, you know. And that's one of the things I was talking to another friend of mine recently about is that the average person would have, I think, would have a problem finding out that they have been lied to most of their lives. It's kind of like the Truman Show.
Yeah.
One day, Truman basically wakes up to find out that his whole life has been a lie. It's been a script. It's been under the watchful eye of people who've been lying to him his entire life. And
Mhm.
so, basically, he had a mental. I would call it a mental breakdown, but he had a mental breakthrough. But the average person is going to have an issue. So, what we have with the media is, I'll use another example real quick. TikTok. Why did the Republicans and the Democrats want to shut down TikTok? It's not because, in my opinion, it's not simply because China has the power and the ability to spy on us. Our own government does that to us.
Amen.
It's To me, it's because, and I've seen a lot of them. Sometimes I post some things on my TikTok, or a lot of times I post some things from TikTok. Um, TikTok has a lot of people, a lot of creators who finding out information that the mainstream is not showing us. And so you'll see a lot of these videos are being censored. I've had videos on that side censored as well. I've had to start a couple another channel or something just in case they shut one down. So
Mhm.
um, yes, the media, they find a way to control that stream because they know the truth is dangerous to their agenda. So yes,
Absolutely.
I agree 100%. There is a battle going on, but it's a good battle in the sense that many more people now, mainly probably over the last year, on all sides, or
I agree.
especially, uh, I think especially on the Democrat and mostly on the Democrat and liberal side, have awakened that they can't even trust their own members, leaders of their own party.
Absolutely. Let me get some comments in over on the Rumble side. Let's see. WWG1 says the deep state does not have as much control as they used to. TBA says the
Mhm.
press, mainstream media, has lost control of the narrative. They don't control the stories or the path the elites want them to take. Social media and alt media are the press now. I absolutely agree with that. TBA goes on to further
Mhm.
say, we are all living in the Truman Show where everything is fake. Well, there you go. I can't disagree with him. I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just remarkable to me in the and that's honestly what I just it's just remarkable to me the age in which we live, you know, the multiple angles, the pictures, the videos,
Mhm.
just taken by the
Mhm.
by average people who were
Average
there.
people,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, they're not trying to be journalists per se. They're not trying to be, you know, people working in the press. They're just there. They've got,
Right.
hey, I took this video. What do you guys think? I saw this is what I saw. And this guy over here says, yeah, well, I saw something similar too, but I got it from this angle. And you know, everybody's kind of in the great common square, which is I think what Elon Musk is, you know, he's referred to it as at
Mhm.
one time or another, although, you know, they're coming from different places on different social media platforms, you know,
Right.
and they're all pooling information, talking to each other and saying, yeah, man, this thing's not adding up. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. At a minimum, we've got a massive security failure here. At worst, we've got something far more sinister. And like I
Exactly.
said, you know, I've been very, I mean, just speaking for myself, very judicious about, you know, some of the things I'm saying, not because I'm per se afraid of what, YouTube or anybody else thinks, but just the implications are bad enough. But it's like, no one wants to think of some of what we're thinking about. That's probably, between the three of us sitting here and people who are watching this right now, don't want to think about it, but it just makes you seriously question a lot of what your government's telling you. And let me do a real quick commercial while we're waiting. We're waiting for our first speaker to come up that we're going to keep an eye on this evening. We're waiting for the inestimable Tucker Carlson to take the stage at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm joined tonight by my good friend Darius Simpson, by my good friend Reuben Christopher Haynes. We will soon be joined. Now, and I got a message from him, and he said he's on his way. Just ran into a snag, which is fine. I told him, I said, take your time. We're going to be joined by the great Christian Watson. The four of us will be live stream covering the Republican National Convention. So while we're waiting, let's just do some real quick commercials. Darius, tell people about your channel. Where can they find you on social media? What can they do to help you out?
Well, y'all can just go to Real Talk at Real Talk Darius _ at Real Talk Darius 12. Check out my YouTube channel. You can also check me out on X. I like to still call it Twitter. _ King Darius 12. Basically, I just like having basic conversations. Things I'm interested in is politics, religion, just your everyday relevant issues. And so I like to post things. Sometimes I post a little comedy video or something, but generally speaking, I just like having what I consider real life conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Reuben, what about you? Tell people about, I've got a crawler going across the bottom of the screen, and please subscribe to these fine gentlemen to their channels. Help them out in any way you possibly can. Reuben, what about you? Give people your coordinates on social media. Where can they find you?
At Reuben Haynes on Rumble, YouTube, Instagram, and X. You can find me all over the place. Talk about health, wellness, and politics, and everything else. So that's about exciting. Things will be going more on X soon and Rumble, because Rumble's the way forward. We want to get pushed forward for the future.
Yes,
absolutely. And for my part, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I have channels on Rumble and on YouTube. So please give me a sub in both places if you haven't already. Also follow me on Twitter. I try to post as much there as I possibly can. Attorney Alina Habba has taken the stage, which means Reuben is not. We're not going to see his picture for a little while, as he is probably ogling.
No.
I'm just kidding.
What I'm saying here is that they're not showing them both at the same time. I think there's an order. I think she's first and she's second.
She is first. He's second right now. But
correct.
I just wanted to let people know. But she's up. She's taking the stage and looking all appropriately, Republican chicky. So
you're going to show her. Jeez.
All right, fine. You want to be that way? I'm sure. You be that way about it. Fine, Reuben. Fine.
Everyone wants to see Alina Habba. Come on.
There you go. There's Alina Habba. Are you happy, Reuben? You got eyes. You got eyes on this one. Okay. So there you go.
I'm just saying, because I'm a smart man. I'll basically say, hey, you see how she's put together? Now, darling, you dress like that.
There you go.
There you go.
Your wife?
I'm not married yet.
It's significant.
Hopefully.
Oh, I got you. I feel you, Reuben. I'm in the same boat. I'm looking for my queen as well.
There you go.
Well put together, intelligent.
Exactly.
So while we're waiting for the first speaker that we're going to feature tonight, Darius, your thoughts about the convention so far? Any and all aspects of it. What do you think? What has stood out to you? What did you think were the strengths so far, the weaknesses thereof? And before you answer that question, our last panelist of the night has arrived. Let me go ahead and bring him in. Ladies and gentlemen, he has his own channel called Pensive Politics on YouTube. Probably one of the most well-spoken individuals you will ever come across, and definitely one of the best deep thinkers of the modern age. Please help me welcome Mr. Christian Watson to the Electronic Front Porch.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
How are you doing, Brian? Good to see all of you. Thank you for helping me be here. I appreciate it.
Good to have you, sir. Good to have you. Yeah, this is going to be quite the evening. I'm looking forward to your takes on various things. I just teed up Darius while we're waiting for our first speaker of the night that we're going to feature. I was just asking Darius, his thoughts so far on the convention. When he's done, I'll throw it over to you. So Darius, if you want to take it and run with it for a minute, what do you got?
Well, to be honest with you, I hadn't caught as much of the convention as I would have liked to, but I did watch some of JD Vance last night. He
Okay.
said a lot of things that I enjoyed. I'm sure Trump definitely enjoyed it. He's looked like he's going to be a pretty strong candidate. And what me and you had mentioned before the convention, maybe a couple of weeks ago, when we talked about JD Vance, who is Trump's potential choice might be. I believe you brought up JD Vance, and I still didn't know a lot about him at the time, but I heard some good things about him. One of the things I like is this. In 2016, when he was talking all that noise against Trump, over the last 8 years, he's had a come to Jesus moment, so to speak. And so I think it was a good pick from the standpoint that sometimes your best, some of your worst enemies actually make for some of your best allies. And so I think that was a big plus for him from that particular standpoint. It's yet to see what he's going to be able to do with it, but I think it was a good pick. Last night I also caught Don Jr.'s daughter. Got a chance to get up there and speak and show, if you will, the human side of Trump, Granddaddy Trump. Because I thought she did a very good job in as far as for the lady supporters or the female supporters that Trump is looking to garner. And so I think she done a very good job as well. So, but unfortunately, because I was going back and forth, we had some church activities this week, so I wasn't able to catch as much as I would have liked.
Yeah, for a 17-year-old young lady, speaking in a crowd that size and then to a national and international audience, she showed quite a bit of remarkable poise. I will give her that. She really did. Christian, I'll throw it over to you. I've seen your tweets. I've seen various comments. I haven't had a chance to talk to you much. So floor is yours, my friend. Go for it.
Twitter's been quite crazy for me. I'm sure you've seen
it days. For everybody.
It's caught me off guard in all honesty, but God is good. That's all I got to say about all that. But on to the substance, I think each night has had varying degrees of success. Personally, and this is going to be an unpopular opinion to some people, I think night one was great, but a lot of people dislike night one for a few reasons, chief among which would be Amber Rose. Now, there was a big argument, I'm sure you saw on Twitter, started by Matt Walsh and other people that a former porn star should not be speaking at the RNC. This is not conservative. Caused a massive firestorm, one of monumental proportions. Then, of course, I made that tweet where I said, no, I think having the Big Ten approach is necessary because there are people that may not have the right habits or may have bad habits that need to be shown what it looks like to have good habits or need to be given an opportunity to effectuate change in a way that is virtuous. And so that is my basic position. I think, look, if we're trying to model personal character as the prerequisite to be a Republican, then Donald Trump shouldn't be the nominee. Because in the past, Donald Trump's done a lot of things that could be called, immoral or unvirtuous, and things that just don't seem right. But I don't care if you're a Christian or if you're just someone that understands that humans have flaws, then you recognize that humans have flaws and you don't try to mix that in with your political criteria. The other thing about night one that I think a lot of people disliked was the Sikh prayer at the end. Harmeet Dillon gave the Sikh prayer. People are calling it a pagan prayer, and that pagan gods are being worshipped. I'm of two minds about this. There's a more fundamental issue here, and that is the relationship of faith and politics. To what extent, if any, is religious faith, appropriate to be involved in political matters? I think that if you have a convention of a political party, where you have people of different faiths gathered, I have no problem having someone of a different faith give a convocation. Having faith as a prerequisite I think that should be what's focused on. It's better that you have someone up there that has faith than someone that has no faith. Even if you have somebody that has faith in a different God than me or a different entity than me, at least they have faith. America was built on the back of both secular and religious faith. Some of our founders, some of them were deists, some of them were Anglicans or whatever. All of them, no matter what part of the religious spectrum they were on, had faith. So I think it was beautiful. It's beautiful to see faith expressed in different ways, in my opinion. And so I had no problem with that. But that was another controversy. And those two things, the Amber Rose and the Sikh prayer, which, by the way, Harmeet Dillon is just an absolute class act. She is a wonderful addition to the conservative movement.
She is.
Bad for what's happened to her. But those two things underlie a deeper rift that we're going to have to talk about on the right going into the future. And it's a deeper rift between the faction of the right that wants a kind of traditionalistic, personally moralistic kind of politics, and another faction that just wants general things that most Americans can agree on, like don't adopt generic kids, so on and so forth. That's a rift. And you know, Brian, I've come on this very show and I've told you that post-liberalism is going to be a problem in the future. I've said that numerous times.
Absolutely.
Now we have Politico running an article where they use the word post-liberal to describe J.D. Vance's political views. And I've had several people DM me and say, Christian, I didn't know about this post-liberalism. Like I told you years ago. I told you 2 years ago about this. So people may think these debates seem pie in the sky and ivory tower, but the debates of today are the realities of tomorrow. So we need to start battening down the hatches and really doing some soul searching. What does it mean to be a conservative today? What will that mean in 50 or 60 years? I'm sorry to say, Reagan is not going to work in 2024.
No.
Reagan will not work. That's not, and for a few reasons. Number one, because Reagan represented a reality where people were far more complicit and milquetoast in their political views, especially on the right. People in that era wanted to know one thing. Well, this is what from reading it. I wasn't there, Brian, but from reading it, they wanted to know one thing: can America be a shield against communism and a hope for freedom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're 40 years in the future. America's international reputation has been tarred by 2, or I would even say 3, or probably even 4, if we include Ukraine and Israel wars that have destabilized the world. America has been tarred and feathered domestically by toxic ideologies that have infiltrated our educational systems and degraded the minds of our youth. America has been tarred and feathered by a deep state that is unaccountable to representative government, which makes a mockery of the classically Republican system that our country is known for. America has been tarred, feathered, and mocked on so many different levels. So I'm sorry, you can't tell me that America is the shining light on the hill, because it's not right now.
No, absolutely
it's not. It is a limping corpse that has haggard breath with failing vitals. I hate saying that because I love my country.
Yeah.
But that Reagan optimism is not sufficient for today. Reagan economics is not even sufficient for today, because there's a lot of different demands that people have for their government. People are mad that if you're in Ohio, you're in some rural town somewhere, one day your boss can just come to the floor and say, hey, your dog's being shipped to China, and all of a sudden they're out of a job. People are upset about that.
Yep.
You know, and what do you do about that? Do you embrace tariffs and potentially destroy your economy? Or do you embrace total free trade and potentially destroy the working class? What do you do about that?
Yeah.
There's so many different debates need to be had right now. And I don't think the right, generally from what I'm seeing, is having those debates. So those are my thoughts so far. I've got plenty more, but I don't want to hog up the time. I'm conscious of that. But that's where my mind is right now as I watch the RNC tonight.
Oh, yeah. And the you know, just while we're, because it looks like they're running a infomercial right now. So basically, Tucker, our first speaker that we're going to keep an eye on tonight, Tucker Carlson's about to take the stage at the RNC momentarily. But, you know, as I was thinking about the whole Amber Rose controversy, you know, I liken back to, you know, an example from history that I, you know, love. Battle of New Orleans, 1812, War of 1812. Andrew Jackson is remembered for taking New Orleans for the British. But what most people don't remember is he wouldn't have done it had it not been for collaboration with a French pirate by the name of Lafitte, who showed him a back way into New Orleans and sneak up on the British. My point being, politics is a constantly changing array of coalition. You're going to find yourself working with people. Under normal circumstances, you might not want to even hang out with them. But you know what? You agree on enough principles. You're like, you know what? Okay. You know, I don't like everything about you. You probably don't like everything about me, but at least we agree on this. Let's work together. That's sort of how I view the whole Amber Rose situation. Do I think that everybody ought to be, I mean, do I know enough about Amber Rose to say, no, I think every woman in America ought to be modeling their life after Amber Rose? Of course not. But on the other hand, Amber Rose has come to the conclusion, you know what? I look at these people, They're not full of hate. They're not full of anger. They're not full of all the things I've been told. Donald Trump is not all these things that I've been told. I can associate with these people. I have no problem with them.
Right.
They seem to have no problem with me. So why should I not identify with them politically? And it's just, and like I say, the other phrase that I always come back to, folks, we're talking about a political party. We ain't talking about church. Church and politics are two different things in the broad sense. I mean, you can have plenty of arguments about what should be going on in church. You can have plenty of arguments about what ought to be going on in politics, but they are not the same thing. Go ahead.
Now that,
sorry, go on.
No, I agree. First of all, hello, Christian.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I should have introduced you.
Nice to meet you, Darius. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Likewise. I think with the church and state, church and politics aspect of it at the moment, for those who subscribe, and I ain't gonna get caught up into that, but those who do subscribe to Christianity, for example, or the biblical version of Christianity, the concept of separation between the two. I was not a biblical concept. I know it's an American concept, and probably around the other nations around the world who actually ascribe to the separation, because your personal values are part of your decision-making process. So if I'm a professional, what I value as a person is going to infiltrate or affect how I make my decisions as a professional, and vice versa. And so when people try to make the distinction between the two and act as if they are actually two different worlds, now the subjects are different, but when people try to make, for politicians, and they having to make all these choices about bills, about abortion, about the education system, about the economy, and all those type of things, your personal values actually do play a part. The problem is you're being encouraged, or they are being encouraged a lot of times, to set their personal convictions aside in order to help the swamp or the deep state come up with their own ideals, what they want to really do, which quite often is not for the benefit of the nation as a whole. In terms of Amber Rose, I did listen to her as well. I think a friend of mine sent her video to me, and I think she made a lot of sense. I don't know what the hoopla is all about, because she simply said that my father, who served in the armed services, told me I was wrong in my thinking, and he simply challenged me to look it up. That's what I've been doing with people who disagree with my political stance. For example, I've been on the right side of things. I said, just go look it up. Don't just subscribe to CNN, MSNBC, Fox, whoever. You go and do your own due diligence. At times, I share information. So, and I ask you, go look at this documentary and stuff. So she said she did her research, and after discovering for herself what the people were like, she went and did the things that many liberals, many Democrats won't do. And they is going to have a conversation, go into some of the meetings, or to some of the speeches that Trump has done, and actually meet some of the people for herself. Then she discovered that these people are actually real people, no matter the color of your skin, and they treated her like she was a person. And she simply listened to their ideals, and they had conversations, and she made her decision based on the research and based on her own personal experiences with Trump supporters, conservatives, whatever you want to call them. And that's all I've encouraged other people to do, is the same. Don't take my word for it. You don't know me. So just go and do your own due diligence and then see what you come up with.
Yeah, and that's a good summation of her speech. I mean, her dad said, "You don't believe? Go. No, I think you're wrong. Go look at it for herself." And she took her father at her word, and she realized, I may not agree with these people on everything that they might believe, but I agree with them enough that's like, yeah, they're not what they're being represented to be. Trump is not what he's being represented to be. And she's like, all right, this is a political movement that I can get down with. And
I remember watching something as simple as a little league ball game. And after the ball game's over, you all line up, shake hands, you finish the game. That is the kind of political discourse we need back in this country.
Absolutely.
And we can have it again. Because again, not to take over what you're going to say, but the last 3 days, and I told you last night, this could have been the Democratic Convention 1988. The same talking
Yeah.
points that were being talked about then are being talked about, but on the Republican side. It's the shift. That's the MAGA shift. That's the young blood talking. That's the Viveks. That's the J.D. Vances. That's the Mike Lees. That's, the Thomas Massey, everybody, even Getz and all that stuff. Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these fighters that are out there. They're out there. And they're young bloods out there. Well, they are our age, trying to get things done. And
Reuben, let me interrupt you for a minute. Tucker Carlson is taking the stage at the Republican National Convention. We're going to go there right now and listen to his speech. So, folks out in the audience, please do me a favor. Give me a sound check. Let's just make sure everything's working right.
This is wild.
Yep.
Thank you. I've been... Good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid, everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. It's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, as a fact, that you could take, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. his courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really, not a word about himself, about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is What's happened over the past month since the debate? And particularly on Saturday in Butler, I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. It wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, no, it's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Carlson.
Please welcome God.
We'll take it back to the panel for thoughts. And Reuben, we'll just take it around the horn.
This is Tucker Carlson's entry from reporter commentator to a neo-American philosopher, statesman. He's saying what has to be said and no longer afraid of saying what needs to be said in regards to the political atmosphere, the corruption, what really happened, what's happening globally is painful. And we have to stand up. And again, just like Trump standing up and saying, putting his fist in the air and saying, fight, 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 each of us have to fight. Because in the end, and I've said this for over a year now, that if you do not like what you see out there, if you are in a place of dire darkness, you have to look in the mirror and say, it's your responsibility. You have to work to get yourself out of it. Find good people and get it done. That's what I've been doing for the last year, fighting back my illness, doing what I'm doing. And this is another revelation that we have to come together and fight. And this speech will go down in history.
Well, yeah, the one thing that, for my part, and I'll throw it to Darius and then to Christian. What is a leader? Is it that you have a title, or is it that you have the characteristics and therefore people can look at you and realize that's the leader? May not agree with him on everything, but that's the leader. You can tell by his actions. He stands in the gap. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of my right, and you guys know me. I'm a bit of a history buff. One of my favorite stories about George Washington was during the French and Indian War. He went into a particular battle. I forget the name of it now, but literally bullets are whizzing by him. They are going through the uniform, the coat of his uniform. When he came off the horse, I think it was like 7 or 8 or 9 bullet holes. And yet he's in the middle of the fight. He's leading his troops. He's fighting with every ounce of his being. And his men saw his courage. His men saw what was happening and said, we're going to follow this man. Mm-hmm. He tells us go someplace, we're going. And, you know, that is, I mean, I love the way that Tucker made the distinction. You know, is a leader someone who simply has a title, or is he someone who is the bravest man? Is he, you know, is he the one that looks at everyone else and says, I'm so proud of these people, they didn't run? And I was like, wow, that's a remarkable statement in the face of everything that happened to Trump on Saturday. Gentlemen, whichever one of you would like to start, go ahead.
You can go ahead, Christian.
Yeah. Well, let me just say, I think the speech was good for the audience. Absolutely. I think that it was. I mean, if you've watched Tucker regularly, I don't. I watch him sometimes. He's pretty much what you get with that. So it kind of speaks to his skill as a commentator to be able to extemporaneously, comment like that. I thought it was very interesting, though. One thing that I thought was very interesting was his statement of the word democracy, right? Because I find that in American politics, we use terms that are mass produced in mass consumption,
right,
without actually looking at their historical or their philosophical viability as terms in the American political context. And I personally, I don't believe democracy means the people run the country. I believe democracy means the majority runs the country. And the people are more than just the majority of people. Legitimacy does not flow from majority. Legitimacy flows from having principles and having arguments based on those principles and nothing else. And so I think it's wrong for the right to co-opt the term democracy and try to gotcha to the left. It makes no sense to anyone who actually understands what that word means. But further, it perpetuates a false idea in the minds of the masses, which then makes them amendable to false concepts, which, I think is part of the reason why we were in the problem that we were in before Trump and the problem that we're in after Trump as well, where so many people have a low grasp over so many of the issues that plague America, which then goes to the problem, of course, of consent. If you have a nation who the legitimizing factor of government is the consent of the governed, if the consent is not knowledgeable, the consent is not good, and therefore it cannot be exercised to its best use. So I think that we really have to hone in on defining what America is, what our structure of government is. And we have to reject these old world terms that get brought up all the time. And last thing I'll say before I stop, my feelings about JD Vance.
I know. Don't worry. I put on my asbestos underwear, getting with the plan to get singed by you tonight for this. So
no, I'm not going to send.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you.
Never. It's all love. But JD Vance, okay. I think the aesthetic of JD Vance appeals to the Trump base. I don't think the Trump base actually knows many of his policies or beliefs. And that's not me saying that. That's a poll that I saw yesterday saying that most voters at the RNC were unfamiliar with JD Vance. So I don't think many people even know what he's all about. And if they do, they probably just know hillbilly elegy. So I don't like that claim that, JD Vance represents Trump voters. Really? Does he? I mean, he's a guy that wants to raise the minimum wage, which is a socialist policy. He's a guy who's plugged into all these weird subcultures that want to abandon classical liberalism and install America with a communitarian political order. I mean, does he really understand MAGA? MAGA is not ideological. That's the problem. MAGA is not ideological. Trump is not ideological. Trump is someone that is led by what he views as common sense and intuition. And a lot of MAGA voters come from all parts of the political spectrum, and they're brought in by these sort of core notions of American excellence and basic things that they perceive as common sense as well, and they act on that. Few people have come to MAGA by way of looking closely at some philosophical treatise and then arriving at the position that Donald Trump's the right person for him. That's not how it works in the real world. That's not how it works. So I don't accept as a fact that JD Vance represents the Trump base. I don't know about that. Beyond my own personal feelings, I just don't know about that. It's a very interesting question, but I'm not sold so far.
Well, I'm gonna give you this, and I know that you were. I mean, even when Vance's name was being floated, I knew you were skeptical. I've always said anybody can disagree with me. They're welcome on my electronic forum anytime they want to. I will say this. I did see the article that you referenced from Politico this morning, the 7 influences of J.D. Vance. Took a long, deep dive into that thing, and I went, ooh, this is interesting. Especially, yes, because some of them are like extraordinarily esoteric names that, I like to think myself as being fairly well read, but some of these people I'm like, okay, we're definitely in the weeds here, folks. But I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm willing to give you benefit of the doubt, as every person is an amalgamation of ideas and influences. But if some of these tendencies aren't checked, ooh, we got problems. Which, by the way, I said this on my show this afternoon. Vance starts getting off the reservation on anything I think he's going wrong with, I'll be the first one to be like, yeah, I supported you. I wanted to see you become the Veep. But dude, no, we're not walking this mile of ground together. Forget it.
And here's my basic stance on JD Vance, because a lot of people, there's right now James Lindsay. I'm sure you guys know who James Lindsay is. He's currently going on a rant about fascism and Nazism and calling JD Vance a Nazi. He's going out of his mind. And he actually used some of my analysis and my work to support that proposition. So let me just make it very clear. I do not believe JD Vance is a Nazi. I do not believe JD Vance is a fascist. I think that is a ridiculous assertion. I think that kind of criticism actually delegitimizes the real criticism, the reasonable criticism that someone could have of any presidential candidate. Whenever you start getting into the politics of alarmism, fascism, Nazism, you lose the plot entirely. So I don't like that kind of stuff. He seems like a good man on a personal level. He seems like loves his wife, like loves his idea of his country, which is great. I just don't believe he has the right idea about what America is. And that is where my problem begins and ends with him. Although that idea implies a lot of other things as well. Because like when he's talking about raising the minimum wage and nationalizing the economy, okay, I don't think you have a right idea of what America is. But as a person, as a story, if you were picking JD solely because of who he is as a person, okay, A+. If you were picking JD solely because of electoral gains that can happen in Ohio or in Pennsylvania, more importantly, which is a swing state this year, okay, A+. Those two metrics I have no problem with. But if you're picking JD on the basis of his philosophy, that's when my problem arises. So that's all. That's my only complaint. I hope that he does not influence Trump too much in the wrong direction. I hope that there are a bunch of influences. I hope that he changes his mind or amends some of his thinking on some issues, and there'll be no problem. But again, if he goes off the reservation, it'll have implications for the MAGA movement going into the future. And that's what scares me. I've been thinking about it all day. It terrifies me. If he continues to remain as influenced by Patrick Deneen and all these other people, okay, we're going to have a very different conservative movement in the next 4 years. That works.
So is there Christian, is there a distinction between, in your opinion, between a MAGA Republican and a Republican? And if so, what is the big glaring difference? Because if basically, like we all know, like Rubio or Romney, or, we call them rhinos, but again, they're the establishment. So they are a Republican. MAGA, to my mind, Mike Lee, Trump, Massey, Marjorie Green, Boebert, Mark Getz, all those come up in my head. But what is the main distinction? When you see them, it's passion about taking back the country, making things America first. That's the big focus, that we can take care of ourselves. We have the resources, we have the wherewithal to do it, and we don't need to be a globalist aspect. We don't have to be talking to the globalists. It's all internal. Is that the major difference between MAGA and Republicans, in your opinion, or what else is there?
I would say a few. That's actually a very brilliant question. I'm happy you asked. I'll say a few things about that. Number one, I think MAGA Republican, or Republican in general, is just a political label. I don't think it's a philosophy or an ideology. I think the Republican Party has many different ideologies beneath its umbrella. I think Republicans who happen to lean towards MAGA generally are more willing to express sentiment against the establishment. They're generally more willing to express skepticism about what America does on the global stage. They're generally more willing to express a sense of kind of economic nationalism. They're generally more willing to do certain things, but there's no guarantee. Because, like, for example, one of the things I just said, like economic nationalism, tariffs, Mike Lee doesn't support that. He's a libertarian on economics. But someone like, I don't know, Marjorie Taylor Greene does support that kind of stuff.
Right.
So there's enough variation within it.
Right.
If you wanted to put him in a faction, I would say someone who's a more establishment Republican. But number one, they're a little bit more willing to go along with what the party establishment says. They're a little bit more willing to recite Bush era or even before that rhetoric. They're a little bit more willing to do things that would have been germane 12 years ago. But today it looks like it's from Mars. But I don't think it's an ideological distinction as much as it is a distinction of political factionalism.
Correct. And then to circle back with it, the beginning, we talk about Amber Rose, and who is it? The lady that said the prayer. My God, Harriet Heller,
Harmeet
Mhm.
Dillon.
to bring people in to have this bigger tent aspect of it. Then it's not really about economic only. It's about helping not just America first, but the individual first, giving their rights first for the work that she has done for human rights. And then basically the things that Amber Rose has done, because she's been, she lived that dream. She lived the American dream. She made herself famous. Her parents said one thing to her. She said, no, you're wrong, mom and dad. No, do your own research. So again, empowering the person. It's all about that. So then going back to JD Vance. So then can a paper be written to explain what MAGA is to the Republicans, so that you can give this to JD Vance and basically say, you're 39 years old, you're a young guy. Where do you really stand on these things? Do you still stand by the policies that in your mind, Christian, you believe that he's wrong on, and at least, be not groomed to be, a leader of MAGA? Like Byron Donalds, you had, Tucker Carlson, you had, all these other people that were there, that were standing up there. Vivek, this is young MAGA out there doing it. So it's like a think tank, like back in the 1920s, when you had the biggest philosophers would show up, go somewhere in Paris, and all go show together. Then you have the MAGA elite, regular people doing things, and we can all learn from each other. And again, it's not about being a leader, not that. What do you think?
No, I totally. So I think JD Vance can 100% be nudged in the right direction. I think someone as smart as him, with as much relative life experience as him, who is plugged into as many subcultures as he's plugged into allegedly, right. I think that's going to be difficult though, because I think he knows who his crew is. I think he knows what his influences are. And I think he's pretty dead set on them, just from what I've seen, because he's gone to these national conservative conferences that push a very different belief of America. He's going to do a lot of different things. So I don't know. I do think, here's what I think. The saving grace is this. There's two things. Number one, even though JD Vance has expressed a willingness to use the administrative state, not abolish it, but use it for his own purposes, the people that currently run the administrative state don't like him. They would not like him. Because he represents everything that they don't represent. That's number one. Number two, I think that the relative harm anyone in the administration can do is minimized by the multiplicity of voices you have present advising Trump. So as many people are up on Trump's advisory list as possible that can counterbalance JD Vance's view of America, then okay. Then I think that it'll be just fine. Because obviously, you look at Mike Pence. Mike Pence's view of America is not something that I quite embrace either. Not at all. I mean, the guy's a war hawk, all kind of terrible things. But his influence on Trump was rather negligible. It was really negligible. So I'm not freaking out over this. I'm not saying abandon Trump over this. I'm not doing that at all. I just think we need to start having these conversations. We need to get in the habit of having these conversations, because in the next 4 years, when Trump's no longer in office, if he does win,
right,
these are going to be issues that are quite relevant.
I do think that the fact that JD Vance was a never Trumper and then came around proves, basically, again, people's minds can be changed based upon the information they receive. And again, there is possibility there. You never know. You never know. We got to stay optimistic. And the thing is that here's what they all have to remember. And the Republican Party, we have just like they have tabs on them now. If we call something out, we'll tweet about it, we'll talk about it, write an article about it. They can't mess around with this anymore. We are so close to a global apocalypse on economic reasons, biblical reasons, spiritual, economic, everything. And if they just take this and squander it, it's going to be the end. It's going to be total anarchy, because again, they blew it.
True. Darius, I want to get you in on this.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm actually enjoying the discourse, and I'm also learning some things, so I appreciate it. It's nice to actually, listen in a lot as well. First of all, with Tucker, I've seen Tucker some people might say evolved over the last maybe 5 years from his days in his latter days in
I
Fox.
agree with that.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's big time.
he started talking about a lot of things that was really going against the establishment press. And so, of course, we started seeing them started attacking him for that. Before he left, he wanted to interview Putin, for example. Um, he's talking about the January 6 issues, just the aliens issues, things that back in 2002, I believe it was, when some air pilots, some fighter jet pilots was wanting to talk about their experiences, what they saw in the skies. 20 years ago, 22 years ago, they wouldn't let us have this conversation. Then Tucker, about 2 or 3 years ago, again, before he left Fox, he started talking about that. So anyway, he opened the door. His mind began to change. He began to challenge the norms. And so that he became a problem for the establishment media. And it got to the point basically when Fox said, okay, we can't have this. I'm sure they was feeling pressure from somebody or a number of people. I'm sure the Democratic Party had a lot to do with it too. But you also have, Paul Ryan, I think, is on their board or works for Fox. And so he's one of the biggest rhinos out there. So I began to really like Tucker when he began to have these real conversations and ask. Mostly, he was asking questions. He entered the domain saying, "Okay, let's look at this." I think a lot of what Christians talk about. We did have these discussions. Tucker started having discussions, open discussions about things the left side was telling us not to talk about. Hey, this is what we want you to see. That's it. You take our word for it. Anybody who says anything otherwise, they began to censor, they began to attack, they began to shut down their channels and suppress all those type of things. So in my opinion, Tucker was one of the leading voices who helped draw some attention to these real issues. And so in an indirect way, he started helping the MAGA movement or helping he just began to help open up the forum, open up the discussion about talking about truthful matters, things that did actually matter to the people, not what the politicians was telling us, or not what the mainstream media was telling us mattered. So, for example, let's say we start talking about January 6th right now. We start going against the Gore narrative right now. Guaranteed, YouTube's going to have an issue with that because then they're going to put up this little disclaimer that says, well, actually, this is what happened. I mean, I noticed that with COVID, for example, on another channel, as soon as someone starts talking about something that goes against the narrative about what COVID is, what the vaccine was about, they always put those little labels up to basically explain away and discredit anybody who speaks against their narrative. Why? They are afraid of us. They're afraid of what we're doing right now. We are dangerous. We are the new terrorists. Biden even says that. I mean, just a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago.
But I know we're short on time, but that's what gets to me, and that's why I wanted to talk to you, Darius, and Christian about this, and of course Brian as well, it's fascinating to me. Historically, we're coming into the same thing again because if you remember in the 1920s, you had press that were rampant. You could publish a paper everywhere you want until things got out of hand and they locked it down. And they had SEC, FTC. You had to lock these things were created to regulate everything. The internet's still not regulated, but they want to control it. And they're going to basically say, they're going to say this is their aftermath. This is their funeral, or they're seething. And tell me if I'm wrong. 2024 was a disaster. 2026 is a disaster. 2028 is a disaster. We're losing everything. We're not going to get everything we want. We can't control these people anymore. So we have to basically control of the internet, control of everything, check out of how they communicate, how they use their money. Everything. We have to move there faster and then we have to do this. We have to do this in the sake of national security, so that you can't say bad words anymore. Just like you can't say bad words on the radio right now. I think that's their next big push because they cannot lose power. That they're going to push to do that, and they're going to basically say that President Trump's election victory caused it because they can't do this anymore. And you're seeing this in businesses that are failing, Hollywood that's failing. The drug cartel is collapsing in places where they're coming out with going against the mRNA vaccines and stuff like that. So it's on the news. They're doing all these things right now. Do you think that this is all going to come to a head where people are going to really wake up and a big shift's going to change, and if we don't wake up, we're going to have these restrictions placed on us, on the internet, on our communication, and it could happen overnight.
I think. I mean, I'll give it my part here, and I'm keeping an eye on the stage right now. The next speaker that we're going to be focusing on, you never know what you're going to see at a political convention. But when I heard this gentleman was coming to speak, I'm like, okay, truly, we're going for entertainment value tonight. But I'll save that surprise here momentarily. I think that there is an awakening. I think it's happening slowly but surely. I mean, and the speed of the and when I say awakening, I'm not necessarily talking spiritual awakening, whole different ball game. But I think there's an awakening of curiosity. I think there's an awakening to discussions. I think there's an awakening to, you've told me this, I'm seeing this. These two things do not match up to each other. And the only thing that's really, I won't say the only thing, but one of the significant things that is holding that back right now is big tech's ability to control the flow of information. Google, YouTube, other social media platforms, which, we're now, I mean, I think the Supreme Court in their decision on Murphy just absolutely blew it, because they had an opportunity to stop governmental censorship of information on social media platforms. And you had like 6 justices just punt. And, I mean, I didn't read all of the decisions, but I've heard Justice Thomas on this before. He's like, when are we finally going to take this thing head on? We're going to have to rule. We're going to have to give a ruling from the bench sooner or later on this. The only reason that they didn't have to do it now is they came up with some kind of cockamamie. Well, these individuals don't have standing. Okay, so I have a question for the 6 jurists who came to that conclusion. What are you going to do when we finally get to the question of standing? 20,000 pieces of evidence the state of Missouri and the state of Louisiana brought to the court showing deliberate and blatant censorship by the federal government towards social media platforms saying, take this down. We don't like it. We don't want this up here. Get rid of it. And the only saving grace on that regard is Bobby Kennedy Jr. has a case right now that's still working its way through the courts, where, finally you've got some, if they deny Bobby Kennedy's case at the Supreme Court on the grounds of standing, then I don't know why we even have a judiciary anymore. I really don't. Because there's a man who was blatantly censored by social media. But to go back, to kind of get it back to my point, I think there is an awakening of curiosity and information and people trying to figure out what the heck is going on. You're telling me one thing, I see something else. The degree to which it's going to go forward is going to depend a lot on whether or not, I don't want social media controlled. The only thing I want them controlled, if I may use that word, I want them to basically understand, no, you're a social media platform. You're not an editorial board. Okay. You're not the New York Times. You're not the Washington Post. You're not the ABC newsroom. You guys don't get to decide what people say. You just have to allow them to be able to say it. And with that, let me do a real quick commercial. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Reuben Christopher Haynes, Christian Watson, Darius Simpson. We are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention. Please do a favor for these 3 fine gentlemen. They all have channels on YouTube. If you are not subscribed to their channels, please give them a sub. For that matter, the poor old host, give him a sub. He would love it. He would love it as well. We're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up here, and they say that politics is the art of grappling with things. Well, our next speakers had spent quite a few years grappling with various things, getting tagged in and tagged out of all kinds of stuff. The wrestler Hulk Hogan is speaking at the Republican National Convention. Talking about the truest form of a circus. There you go. Where they're they're waiting for him to come up. After that, we'll be hearing from the other speakers. The last 4 speakers of the night are Franklin Graham, the CEO of Samaritan's Purse, Eric Trump, the son of the president, Dana White, the head of UFC, and then former President Trump will be obviously the keynote speaker of the evening, the last speaker of the convention.
That's gonna be a standing ovation of standing ovations.
Yeah, that one's gonna be the outpouring
prime time, baby. Prime time, baby. Can't believe this is like
the outpouring of love when Donald Trump takes this stage is going to be something extraordinary to watch. I mean, it is not and each of us here have watched political conventions over the years. I mean, Reuben and I have watched more of them than we care to admit to, but you know, it's not uncommon. Yeah, Reuben, we're both old. What can I tell you?
For both their lives combined.
Yeah, probably so. But
well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
It's not.
Oh, you're youngins.
Yeah, you two are youngins compared to us. I mean,
don't be jealous. Don't be jealous.
We're the geezers in this quartet. I mean, we freely admit it. But it's not unusual for the presidential candidate, obviously, to receive adulation, love, and support when they take the stage to formally accept the party's nomination. What's going to happen tonight is probably going to be something extraordinary, truly so. Mm-hmm. It really will, because, I mean, I barely remember Reagan's renomination in '84. I was just a kid, but the memory of what John Hinckley Jr. had tried to do in 1981 was still in the minds of Republican voters, even though it was like 2 or 3 years removed. And this is one of those moments. It's not 2 or 3 years removed. This is 6 days. I'm sorry, not even 6 days. It's 5 days removed from what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And, I mean, every night Donald Trump has walked into the arena, the whole place goes nuts. When he takes this stage tonight, it's like I say, without trying to hype it more than what it's going to actually be, it's going to be something extraordinary. It truly will.
I don't think he's going to be able to say much, at least the first minute or two. I think he's just.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with that. You're going to have a roar go through that crowd. Like I say, it's going to be something to watch. It truly will. And we're just basically waiting for the bread and circuses speaker to come up tonight. And I know Christian Watson understands. Yeah, I know, Christian. I know.
By the way, look, I have nothing. I actually like Hulk Hogan on a personal level. I do. I'm a fan of all those old wrestlers. I don't even watch wrestling, but they have a kind of bravado to them that's very admirable, yeah. I think, and that should be modeled more. They're tough people, but not for a political convention, though. The only two wrestlers that I think are suited for political conventions are those that have proved themselves as politicians: Jesse Ventura and Glenn Jacobs.
Yeah,
both of them have proven themselves as politicians. Governor of Minnesota, mayor of a city in Tennessee. I forgot which one. Knoxville, I think.
Yeah, I believe it is Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah. So, okay, they can come to political conventions, but Hulk Hogan, I don't know what he adds. I think that we need. Part of the problem I have with this convention is that we've had too many empty suits speaking.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that.
Empty suits that have absolutely nothing to bring. I think that we needed more pro-American speakers. I don't want to hear about countries that are, 3, 4, 5,000 miles away from my country. I want to hear about America. I want to see more of the old World War II that came and spoke about his conception of America.
That was great.
I want to see more of the Gold Stars. I want to see less people, less of Mike Pompeo. Why was Mike Pompeo there? Why was Nikki Haley?
I was surprised.
Why were any of them there? Why was Marco Rubio there? I mean, these are people that have conspired for years to keep the status quo alive. And in some cases, they were the status quo. Mike Pompeo literally sat on the stage of university and said, as the CIA director, we lied, we cheated, we stole. And everyone in the university crowd laughed. This is a guy that literally just admitted
to what the CIA does. Yeah.
It shouldn't be happening. This has been known for 50, 60, 70 years, going all the way back to Mockingbird in the 60s. And we know the CIA does this kind of stuff, and he admitted it, and no one cares. And we're going to invite him to the Republican National Convention instead. It makes no sense. These people should have prosecution charges against them for many different reasons. So personally, some of these people were just there to placate a dying but unfortunately existent faction in the GOP. But if we cared about first principles, we cared about philosophy, which is my thing, we wouldn't be doing that shit.
Yeah.
So personally, I think that on that level, Some of the speakers have been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I mean, and the order of the speakers never made any sense to me. For example, and I know that you're a huge fan of him. I know you've interviewed him before. Vivek Ramaswamy. Why in God's name did they put him at 7 o'clock?
Makes no
That
sense.
was just no. There's a guy, high energy, very philosophical, has a very clear vision of what he wants to see the country become. For the love of God, put that man in prime time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
first of all, I mean, he should have been the VP in my opinion. They're just gonna say it. I felt like he's been disrespected and snubbed and insulted and pushed aside when he is undoubtedly probably the most brilliant man in the RNC right now. You know, probably the most brilliant political mind in conservative politics right now. He should have 100% been the VP. And I think, and I'm actually mad about that. I don't get mad about it, but I'm actually very mad because he was working so hard. He tried so hard. He had so much energy. He went to the National Conservative Convention, those people that Vance are buddies, those sort of anti-American people that have a different idea of America. And he made a 40-minute speech where he talked about the difference between national protectionism and national, what he called libertarianism. And he laid out this big case going back through 50, 60 years of history and philosophy on 3 different issues: immigration, economics, domestic policy. And he laid it out brilliantly. J.D. Vance can't do that. I mean, literally, I think that the GOP made a huge mistake by undervaluing him as a candidate. I think that America is going to lose out because now we don't even know if 2028 will be viable because his old best friend is going to be running for president, most likely, if everything goes well over the past 4 years. So now we have the party of Vance. So how's that going to work out? It just, the whole ordeal has frustrated me, and I really made me upset.
I never understood why Vivek. I mean, and you know me, I was supporting Vance for the VP for various reasons, but I never understood why Trump never gave Vivek a better look for the VP. Because I mean, look, my criteria for the selection of the VP pretty much came down to this. I said before Pennsylvania, Trump needs life insurance. Okay. And that life insurance is based on one very simple idea. Put in somebody for the VP nominee that scares the deep state as much or worse than Trump. In other words, if we try to take out Trump by whatever means we're talking about, then you get stuck with fill in the blank. Vivek Ramaswamy, if the criteria is life insurance and someone who shares Donald Trump's view of what needs to be done on the issues and how you get there doing it, why Vivek Ramaswamy never got a better or just more than a cursory look or a cursory mention, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I can tell you why. Actually, I have several reasons why. They're not going to be some people won't like them, but I have several reasons why. Number one, Vivek Ramaswamy is very smart. Next to Donald Trump, he outshines them intellectually. I'm not saying Trump isn't smart. Trump is smart in his own way.
I get what you're saying.
Trump's not the guy. I specify for reasons. Trump's not the guy to talk to you about the Kosovo War and the meaning of international realism.
Yeah.
He's the guy to talk to you about, okay, there's a building here. How in 10 different ways can I make sure I get this building up in a certain time frame? He's a more practical skills guy, which is why I think he's a good businessman, brilliant businessman. He had an empire. But Vivek is more smart on the conceptual issues. Trump doesn't like that. He doesn't want someone to outshine him. He has an ego. And I get that. And I totally understand that. Vance may outshine Trump intellectually, but that does not come out in his speeches. That does not come out in his public persona. Vance is very subdued. He's very calm. He's very average, speaking wise. Intellectually, he's a giant, brilliant, but subdued, calm. Trump can handle that. That's number one. I think number two is Trump kind of saw Vivek as trying to take his crown. That's why Trump said to Vivek a few times at a rally that, you need to have more time, or, you got peanuts on him, Vivek, because he's trying to say, sit down, go back, stop being so forefront. Let me handle it from here. Wait your turn. I think that's the two reasons why. The number three, I think there were concerns amongst the base about Vivek's link to the WEF and places like that. Even though I think that's been well debunked and everything, but there's been concerns, and I'm sure there were some folks talking in Trump's ear, hey, that's not something you need to take a chance on. So it's really concerning. Oh, well, another reason is if you believe Vivek himself, there are some donors of the RNC, if you believe Vivek himself or people that have talked to him, that are not comfortable with an Indian being the VP. There are people that have said that. There are some donors that believe that. Now, I don't know why they believe that. I don't make assumptions, but there are some people that donate money to the RNC that don't like that. And, you have the Ann Coulter comment, right? The WASP comment that he originally wanted a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant to be the president or the vice president.
Yeah.
So that's a real sentiment, in my opinion. That's a real sentiment. This is just the truth. I'm not trying to call Republicans racist or anything, obviously not. But there are some people who still have that albatross around their neck. And until we confront that, we're going to keep having this problem. We're going to keep having this problem. I'm serious.
And if I may chime in on that, I ain't gonna get caught up on the Vivek, y'all. I was not settled on Vivek. I liked a lot of the things he said. I have watched him for quite a bit since he had been out in the public. But I question a number of things, like Christians, like you was talking about, as far as people have questioning whether his viability, was he really connected to the World Economic Forum? Because it is at least believed that, they have Manchurian candidates all over the place. I mean, you had Klaus Schwab who said that we have people everywhere, and so that was a concern, but I liked a lot of things he said. JD Vance, I'm still going to learn a few things about. And that's, I think you mentioned earlier in the conversation that Trump is a practical, a common sense and intuitive guy, how he does things. And so those are some things, because I've been following Trump even pre his political career. And, I like to, I ain't gonna say I like every single thing about you fired all the time. But him being a businessman, the way he handled himself, the book of The Art of the Deal, all those type of things inspired me on a number of fronts. But Trump, the politician, I've seen something in him differently, and even up to now, but I've seen some things about Trump that I was like, okay, this guy, he can actually, when I heard he's running in 2015, I said, about time we get a businessman to run the country, because that's basically what this country is. It is a business. Now, obviously, he can't run it the way he wants to solely, but I think you about to turn it on for Hogan.
Tell you what, we'll listen in for just a few minutes, and depending on how it goes, we might step back out. But okay, this I kind of expected. He is showboating. Okay, that much I absolutely expected. I will say this. Better Hogan than Ric Flair. Thank God we're not watching Ric Flair at the National Convention. Okay, with that, let me give it some volume, and we'll see what we got.
When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. Even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years. And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
You know, as we're watching that, I'm reminded of a line from Monty Python. And now for something completely different. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So, all right, we're basically waiting for some last speakers of the night. There's another young lady that's coming up, and I wanted to let me see if this is we're going to go back to the stage. Reverend Franklin Graham, CEO of Samaritan's Purse, is taking the stage, and we will check this out.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish, but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, Guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
That was the Reverend.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome business.
Oh, hang on. Okay, we're gonna step it back from the stage for a few minutes. Nothing against Eric Trump personally, but gives us some time to talk. If you're just joining us, my name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my fellow commentators, Christian Watson, Darius Simpson, and the inestimable Reuben Christopher Haynes. We are watching the tail end of the Republican National Convention. The order of speakers were basically down to this. Eric Trump is speaking now. After that, Dana White will be introducing former President Trump. And then at that point, President Trump will take the stage to give the keynote address for the convention to accept the party's nomination for a run at the White House, his third consecutive run and his last run at the White House. And with that, I guess I want to set up a discussion, and we'd sort of been leading to it before we stepped away for reminiscences of the 1980s vis-a-vis Hulk Hogan. And
hey, you gotta go down memory lane once in a while.
Well, hey, every so often you gotta, and the sad part about it for me, there were probably people in that arena who were like, "Who's this guy? What's he doing?"
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there going,
don't say that.
Well, now it's true, Reuben. It's absolutely
it's true. That's the reason why I said don't say that. But again,
anyway, as I mentioned a moment ago, win, lose, or draw, this is Donald Trump's last run at the presidency. And the question, and all of us on our channels, individually, we've had these conversations, collectively, etc. And that is the Republican Party post-Trump. And there's all kinds of ways to come at that question. What does it become philosophically? What does it become politically? What does it become, in terms of influence on culture, if there is influence on culture from the Republican Party? And, I mean, Reuben, I think, alluded to it better than anybody else. If you take the first 3 days of the convention so far, you could make an argument that the themes, you could go back to a Democrat convention from like maybe the 70s or the 80s, and you're sitting there going, oh, okay, this sounds like a Democrat national convention. Then you realize it's the Republicans, and you go, wait, whoa, what happened to the GOP? Huh? When did we start having the Teamsters president come in and give a speech? When did we start having? I'm with you. It's like this is not. It's like this is not the Republican Party I know very well. So I mean, your opinion, gentlemen, where does the Republican Party go here post-Trump? And Christian, I'll throw it to you first.
That was offensive. The Teamsters president is a communist. He's a socialist. He had no business being on that stage. I was offended. I was listening to that nonsense. And, I've had the pleasure of studying the origins of the AFL-CIO, the unionism of the 1920s, and it's basically just socialism. It's rebranded Marxism that is meant to mobilize the proletariat and towards a class consciousness. And modern day unionism sells grievance in the name of representing workers. And it represents workers so well that it needs to force workers to join them. And if you don't force workers to join you, i.e. if you support right to work laws, you're somehow evil. It's just one of the most disgusting stains on the American political consciousness. I absolutely just disdain it. But I think your more broader question. Sorry, I had to get off my desk.
No, that's fine.
A socialist at a Republican event, it's just terrible. But on a more broader point here, and this is kind of the question I was hitting at the beginning of our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think the philosophical conversations, they've been happening for the past few years. Sure. I've been a part of those conversations. I've been at these conferences. I've been talking to these people. I've been talking to people that know Vance, that know Vivek Ramaswamy, talking to Vivek Ramaswamy. I've been at these They ramped up on Monday. They're going to keep going until the next election, and they're going to continue, I think, into the next decade. This is not a conversation that's over. There are battle lines being drawn. The post-liberals that Vance represents are mobilized. They're happy. I've seen their tweets. They're saying this is great for us. We're going to change the face of the right. The people that are not post-liberals, the more traditional MAGA people, they have mixed feelings. Some of them like Vance because he represents the working class people. Others of them are worried about his positions on the minimum wage, so on and so forth. These are the debates that are going to keep happening. And I don't know who wins. My suspicion is, and maybe this is wishful thinking, I think the generalized MAGA people are going to win. I think the generalized old school natural law 1776 Americanism people are going to win. Mm-hmm. That's my suspicion, because there's more of us than there are post-liberals. Most people don't even know what that word means. It's a
don't.
weird intellectual.
That's what I really want to know.
Cult. It's a weird intellectual cult that gathers at conferences and think tanks. Most Americans, if you come to them and say, "Hey, I think the community should control your property," like, "Are you some kind of communist?" And they get their guns, right? So I don't think most Americans are down with post-liberalism. Most Americans are not down with taxing them out of their economy by raising the minimum wage. Most Americans are not down with that. So I think in the long run, our side, I assume, wins.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be without blood. And I don't mean like in the physical sense. I mean that metaphorical sense. There's going to be a lot of people that are like, no, the old principles of 1776 got us to a place where the left has won, where they've beaten us, where they took over the institutions. We have to get rid of them. And that's going to be a conversation that's not going to be pleasant to have. I've lost friends over that conversation, not on my end, on their end, because they're just so honed in to getting revenge, getting retribution, and going after the left without articulating a positive agenda for our side. You know, that's what they kind of mentioned in his speech. We can go after Joe Biden all day long. If we don't articulate a positive vision for conservatism, we have nothing to offer people.
I agree.
So,
I heard that that Trump is not going to mention Biden once in the speech.
Good. He should.
That's good.
No, he shouldn't. And believe me, we can get into the news of the day that broke at about 6 o'clock tonight, which, you know, I am literally being, and I know that, you know, people who watch my channel can be like, what are you? Are you just calcified, stubborn? Well, yeah, I probably am the ultimate political doubting Thomas until I actually hear it come off Joe Biden's lips. I'm not believing it, but, you know, we can get into that piece of news later on in the night. Darius, I mean, you know, we've been talking for a little while, and you are one of the kings of real talk. You're looking at the Republican Party, you're looking at the conservative movement, you're looking at MAGA, you're looking at everything else. I mean, there's a line from the original Godfather movie that talking about listening to Christian, and it so reminded me of it. And I forget the character's name. Clemenza. Yeah, it was Clemenza. Clemenza says to Michael Corleone, you got to have some of these feuds every now and then. It kind of clears out the blood, you know. That's kind of what intellectually we're headed for here. We're headed for an old-fashioned feud of the families, if I may use that term to describe what we're heading for. But your thoughts, where's post-Trump, what does the Republican Party look like?
It's dead. The old Republican Party, as we knew it, died when Trump came into office from the jump. But secondly, as what we've seen as of late, post his first term, the debacle that happened in 2020, and you see where we are right now, and especially after the assassination attempt of last week, the old Republican Party is dead. And so what Trump is doing basically
for people who are watching, you define old Republican Party as what?
Oh, me personally, the old Republican Party to me represents a bunch of I'm sorry, I don't mean mean to say it. I'm talking about a bunch of punks.
I don't care.
Bunch of punks. When I got into this political space back in the early 2000s, after I got out of high school and all that, my not so fun memory, if you will, is of George Bush. Republicans are supposed to stand for Judeo-Christian values as far as I'm concerned, okay? Generally speaking, I believe I'm pro-life. I do believe in the right to freedom, free speech, and all that kind of stuff, constitutionally based. And also, I believe in us standing our ground when it's necessary. And George Bush Jr. did not do that when he was being viciously attacked by the Democrats at that time. They were just known as the traditional Democrats. You know, they control the media, and so they would attack him at this, attack him left, attack him right, and he would not come out and fight. And so our idea got more mobilized when Trump came in. Fast forward, and I think Christian can relate to this from this standpoint. When Obama first came out in 2008, or when the word came out that he was going to have basically potentially a black president, that I thought that was good for our culture. You know, it looked nice to have someone like us. The idea looked nice, was inspiring. However, I was still looking at his values. I vote based on my values, and so I did not agree. I didn't even vote for Obama. So anyway, fast forward, the Republicans back in the day stood for a bunch of punks who supposedly served Judeo-Christian values, but they always coalesced to the bullying of the left. And when Trump came into play, you had a guy who came and started fighting back. I granted, you can argue that he should not have said some of the things he said or tweeted some of the things he said. However, I saw a fighter. I saw somebody who's willing to stand for his values. And he also talked like what you might call the common people. I mean, he talked about, the border, talked about family, talked about people just being able to live basically according to the Constitution. And that's when I kind of want to, if I can real quick, address with Reuben's question earlier before the speech. Before Hogan's speech, he was asking about what we think is going to be heading, basically going towards 2030 with the media, what they're doing. Trump helped expose the media for what they were the entire time. When he came on the scene, you actually got the opportunity to see who are truly the side of the aisle that the media, the mainstream media, really is on, who really controls them, what their values are, what their narratives are. Think about it. You had pretty much over 90% of the press reporting against Trump and during his entire presidency, everything negative. And so when I look at all of that, and I fast forward to today, Donald Trump has reshaped, or really, I would say Donald Trump has really, really redefined or showed us what, if you want to call it that, the Republican Party should have been looking like the entire time.
Okay. That's an interesting way of putting it. And I mean, there's a lot of things that you can say about Donald Trump's presidency, good and bad. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, everybody had once, what's the old line? Hi, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you. And everyone was like, okay. When someone says, hi, I'm a journalist and I want to cover the news, everyone looks at me like, yeah, right. But people got their eyes. I mean, people knew that the journalism in America today is bad. On the whole, there are notable exceptions. Right. Okay.
Right.
But I think, conservatives are like, okay, we got Fox News, we got our guys, they're okay, right? Yeah, watch Fox News from 2015 to 2020, how they covered Donald Trump all the way up to the night of the 2020 election. And their conservatives got a rude what's like, what happened to my guys? My guys ain't doing what my guys should be doing. And on a lot of levels, in a lot of ways, Donald Trump either opened people's eyes on certain aspects or got people to see, hey, what you think is going on, it ain't going on. And with that, I'm going to throw it over to Reuben while we're waiting for our next speaker. The Republican Party post-Trump, where does it go from here? What does it look like, in your opinion?
Well, what's going on right now is that everything from since the Tea Party's been happening is coalescing still. Now we have a clear line of sight. That's the straight line. You have Vivek, Byron Donalds. You have Thomas Massey. And you may have some people coming back into the fold, like Trey Gowdy, Tom Cotton, whatever. But again, you have to get some young blood back in there. And Trump's the master when it comes to how to win elections and how to influence people. This is the master class of things that have been happening going on right now. But the Republican Party needs to find its roots again. It needs to be back to the party of Lincoln and for the party of freedom and the party of opportunity for all. And again, that's the message for the last 3 days has been a message of unity. And that's what it is. So then that's what's going to be. It's a big tent. Hulk Hogan's welcome in. Amber Rose is welcome in. Franklin Graham is welcome in. Kai Trump's welcome in. Everybody's welcome.
But see, I think that's a good point. I think what we're seeing is a convergence. Most people's pain points has been struck, because we could not have this conversation 5-10 years ago and have people believe us. They call us crackpots, right?
Yeah.
But now again, we can have this conversation. I think Christian was mentioning earlier. We can now have these conversations. I mean, the Twitter files, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, that helped expose government corruption at some of the highest levels, because we found out, some people I believe already knew. I was suspicious of it, but the government had control through back doors on the speech. This is why, I mean, how do you take a sitting president and shut him down off of social media platforms? That's unheard of in America.
But what do you think? To that point, really quickly, if Trump becomes president, the Twitter files happen because of Elon. If Trump goes back into the presidency and declassifies everything, bam, it's going to be explosive. See, I
talk about
it's going to be like basically, it's like opening up the vault and finding like all of the lost files, the lost Ark of the Covenant and everything. It could be that that big. No, it could be. You never know.
No. I agree.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's already said he'll declassify the rest of the JFK files. Now, they have been fighting to keep those, you guys know, for decades.
Oh,
He classified some of them during his presidency, but he looked at some of them other ones, and I guess he thought it was a little bit too damning or a little bit too divisive to declassify. If he declassifies that, people already have a very hard time trusting the government by default, by virtue of being an American. I think that's going to be so scandalous. There are some people that are still alive that either worked with or know about things that happened in the Warren Commission. They could potentially be ramifications with them, if not criminally.
But how old are they now? They're
ancient, right? And it would be seen as going after old people, but on social media, people don't care. They will go after you. Don't care.
I know, but that's the whole idea, right? Like the whole the mafiosos, the old families, even them old. It's like we're about to witness the whole like a Godfather ending. Biden is now on the lake, bobbing up there. Elon Musk tweeted it, the Godfather photo, like time for him to go away. Imagine it all collapses.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, you really don't know what's about to happen. It's going to be glorious because it's going to be like was it Casablanca when they show up there and then they try to raid and going
I can't believe there's gambling in this establishment. I really can't understand why we have gambling in this club. It's like
that's what's going to happen.
I'm shocked. I say,
they were already doing it because again, all of the news cycle right now is Biden has to resign. Biden's very sick,
right?
And we've been saying this for 3 years, and we're like the ones going, "What the hell's there?" Now you're agreeing with us? What the hell?
I want, a little later, I want to get into that whole discussion because there is something profoundly undemocratic. As much as I detest Joe Biden politically, and God knows I do, you guys know my opinion, but there is something profoundly undemocratic about what's being done to the voters of the Democrat Party. Well, not just Biden. I'd argue to the voters of the Democrat Party.
You know what? Who was it? You can look it up. I saw it. I know I saw it. Jake Tapper was commenting on Biden going to Delaware or leaving or coming off or what the plane, whatever, and going up and coming down. That he not the lower version of it, right? He's doing that.
Right.
They photo fact and they're going. Oh, look at it. He's slowing down. He's going up again. Commenting on him walking.
Yeah.
And that the time that he fell down 3 times, no one said a word.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But now it's like we're watching it happen and they're commenting on it because they want it to be ingrained. They want that virus in there so that when it happens, it's like the elder statesman has done his duty. Bravo, Biden.
And now
heroes welcome.
And now
heroes
welcome.
welcome.
Stage. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, hero. Because what?
This is like what we're watching is. Yeah, I probably heard the term. This is a movie. We're watching a movie unfold right before us. And so it's like being in the Matrix, okay?
Yes, exactly.
A couple of weeks ago, you couldn't say anything, basically, you couldn't say anything negative about Biden without being vilified, right? And then the next week, they flip a switch. In my opinion, they have completely disrespected us out in the open to our faces. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's a part of the rude awakening where people feel like they got slapped in the face and they said, okay, now didn't y'all just say he was the most intelligent person behind closed doors? Did y'all just say he's very healthy? He's vital. His vitality is strong. He's running circles around people behind closed doors.
Joe Scarborough said, "Best Biden I've seen in years. He's absolutely the top." And I'm almost quoting him on this. Scarborough's like, "Yeah, he's absolutely at the top of his game. This is the best Joe Biden that I've seen in all the time I've known Joe Biden."
What are the chances of somehow somehow means the Her report is released over the weekend?
I wouldn't be surprised at all. You say what the chances is? I would say minimum of 50%, maybe up to 55, 60%. Why?
Someone gets
Because
a leak.
they
Someone
have
gets
to have
a leak, and it just spoils out.
I will say this: only if, and again, all this is contingent on a lot of events. Only if Joe Biden gets cold feet on supposedly what is being reported right now. And for those of you who are watching this live stream, what we're referring to is Mark Halperin of Newsmax TV and the former political director at ABC News, through his sources, is reporting that Joe Biden over this coming weekend, possibly Sunday, will give a speech announcing that he is suspending his campaign for re-election to the presidency of the United States, that he will surrender his delegates, he will release them, but interestingly, according to Halperin's reporting, Joe will not endorse the Vice President Kamala Harris to the convention in Chicago. It would be, if what Halperin's got is correct, and again, I am like stubbornly digging in my heels. I'm not believing it until I hear it from Joe Biden's own lips. If what Halperin is hearing is correct, Joe Biden will not endorse Kamala Harris. It will be an open convention in Chicago later on the third week of the month of August. Now, again, that's what Halperin's reporting. He's got it from like multiple different sources. And, you know, I don't have an opinion on, I mean, TBA over on Rumble's like Halperin is a deep state shill. I don't necessarily disagree with you in that assessment. But on the other hand, I have no hard and fast yay or nay on Halperin's reporting skills. I've got no reason not to believe him at this point, but on the other hand, I don't have any reason to believe him.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't believe. Before coming on tonight, a friend of mine texted me and said, "Darius, she sent me a video about what you're talking about," and I checked it out. And I mean, the rumblings have already been going on for the past week. You know, like you said, you have all the Democrats, even Schiff yesterday comes out saying, okay, he needs to go. And so encouraging him to leave. And so anyway, when she sent it to me, I checked it out. I said, well, I'm not going to believe it. I hold the same view you have, Brian. I said, I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
Yeah.
Well, basically until I hear Joe Biden say it.
Well, and my reason for disbelief, and I mentioned this on my live stream this afternoon, my argument is, why should Joe Biden allow himself to be pushed out? He controls 90% of the delegates. They're pledged to him at the convention. He controls a money pot of about $200 million, and the chairman of the DNC is his own handpicked man. All he needs is time. All he's got to do is get to the vote of the delegates and let them vote him in officially as the nominee. So I said this afternoon, why should he let himself be pushed out? He controls all the levers. So that's why I'm saying I know what Halperin's reporting. I know what everybody's saying. I'm still skeptical of it until I actually hear Joe Biden say it.
Do y'all think that we have a false flag event happen where he, didn't he mysteriously just come over, was diagnosed with COVID the other day?
Yeah. And his head and his back.
And this is a guy who's multi-vaxxed.
And multi-boosted. That's right.
So here's a nightmare scenario that of how stupid everything is and how retarded the world is right now.
Yeah.
So if Biden says he's not going to run, how many people will think that Trump is president?
A small percentage.
And then how many people will fall for the fact, if the Democrats have an open convention and the fact that there is no money running, we're starting from fresh, that the economy, that the way it is now, is Trump's fault? Who's going to fall for that?
That
again, that's the Democratic plan. Again, they're mischievous and devious, in my opinion. That they're going to have this happen, and then basically say all the economy the way it is. Businesses are not doing their fair share. Big business, Trump, big business, billionaires, blah blah blah. They're going to shift. They want to get the eyes off of Biden. Biden cannot be he is not the leader of the Democratic Party. Who is the leader?
And gentlemen, I keep talking. I just want to put this up.
No. Lady Melania
making her first appearance at the convention is Melania Trump, the former president's wife. She's walking in and will be taking her seat with former President Trump here momentarily. Reuben, go ahead and continue.
I'm awestruck. No, I'm saying no, but no, I lost my mind. Yes,
you lost your mind a long time ago, man. Who are you kidding?
I know. No, but the thing is that the way the Democrats right now, all they have is Biden, and the media is pushing this whole idea of getting him out. He's sick. He can't do this. Blah, blah, blah. They want open because they want Biden gone. Then they have to put the focus on Trump, and all they need to do is basically start saying businesses doing this, crash the economy, do that. See, it's the business side, it's Trump's side because Biden's no longer in charge. They can do this. They are that dumb.
Yeah, but
they have proof. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, they have proven that. The question is to see, for me, as I've been observing these things for years. Not just the era or the time that we're in now, even though I am excited and at the same time it's a surreal feeling. We have to ask ourselves, what's the big picture here? What's the end game here? And that's my focus. My focus is what does this look like? I think you started to allude to it, Reuben, earlier. What does it look like in 2030? I don't know if y'all have heard about an agenda called Agenda 2030, a plan that the globalists have. In order that they want to really, basically they're planning to rule the world. They want to depopulate the planet. They want to control the food sources, which is why mysteriously a lot of the food sources like chicken, beef has been under attack, for example. And then you got the shipping lanes. There are issues there. So what we're watching is while the media is controlling what the people are seeing, my question always is this: if they're focused on one piece of news or one piece of reporting, what do they not want us to look at? What do they not want us to research and look into?
Right.
That's my concern. It's like the sleight of hand. It's like a magician trick. Magician up there with one hand doing one thing while his other hand is doing something else, and his assistant maybe doing something else. So what we're dealing with, they are very masterful. They have had decades and decades, and I'm being generous with that, but I believe they've been having decades of practice learning how to manipulate the hearts and minds of the people. So by the time, let's just use the 60s, okay? When when the CIA was being investigated or before Congress, they was being asked some questions before Congress about the influence the media had. I believe Christian was talking about that with Operation Mockingbird or Project Mockingbird. They was asked, the head of the FBI or CIA at that time was being asked, do you have agents in the media? Journalists. And he said, well, we have to have a closed door session and I could answer the question that's classified. Basically saying yes. So, or just like the FBI on January 6th, FBI director comes up and he's being asked by Congress, did you have any agents, FBI agents amongst the MAGA, the crowd? And he could not answer that definitively, which in turn he basically did. And we don't even know. I've heard anywhere up to 200. So the point is, this is a concerted effort by some very evil and very devious people and organizations. Many agendas are at play here, and there's a convergence. And now the people are, in a sense, are wrestling with the fact that the normal life they used to have, what was normal, is transforming before their very eyes. They sense it, they feel it, and everybody has a pain point. So the question is, what's your trigger to cause you to ask these questions and look into it? Because do I personally believe, again, I don't know all of you gentlemen's personal beliefs, but and I'm going to get all into that, but do I believe this is a divine intervention that's going to take place to help thwart these evil plans? I do, because if we don't get any help, some serious help, then yes, I would be, but I'm not. But I would be very, very concerned where we're heading in the next 3, 5, maybe 6 years, because these folks, they are very serious. They tried to start up another pandemic, and that got basically shut down for now. So we're facing some dire times, but I also believe we're in the best of times.
Christian?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot to consider with what you just said. I'm reminded of what Darwin said in the beginning of Tale of Two Cities, right? Best of times, worst of times.
Yeah.
Right. And what he was trying to talk about there was the French Revolution, of course, in that context. But France at that particular time was also one of the best of times and the worst of times. They were in a time where they thought they were going to transcend the old order of the monarchy and usher in this kind of natural, long republic based in freedom. You end up getting the Robespierre's terror. So I think there's actually a chilling lesson. A lot of Americans think, well, it was France, and France is not America, and America actually showed France what they could have been. Well, I think history always has parallels, and in the 21st century, we can learn from societies like France back then and what when we suffer similar things in our own society. So I do agree. There are multiple interests at play in the government and in American politics that all have their own faction and their own agenda. There's not just the deep state. People like to focus on the deep state. Well, the deep state is one power faction out of probably 10,000 other power factions. Mm-hmm. The main ones would be, number one, there's the deep state. Number two, there's the tech industry. There's Tim Cook. There's Mark Zuckerberg. They all have their own interests and their own agendas. Then there is the number three would be the more corporate media industry. At least people like Rupert Murdoch, like Jeff Zucker, president of CNN, people like that. Then you have the more billionaire political class. These are people like the Mercer family for the conservatives, or the Soros people for the Democrats, the leftists. There are all kind of different power factions in American politics that all have their own agendas and all seek to motivate their own agendas through power. And I think that it would do us very well to know these people, study these people, because a lot of what you see can be tied back in some way, shape, or form to their influence. Now, I think it's also important not to get into this idea that this shadowy elite cabal controls everything that goes on, and we have no power at all to stop anything.
Agreed.
No, that's called determinism. And determinism is a philosophy of people that are nihilistic and have no hope and aren't willing to do the work themselves to actually affect something. And I see Brian's hand motions.
No. I'm just keeping an eye. So give me 1 second here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I mean, I'll give you the.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking.
Rock
is taking the stage right now, but yeah, keep talking. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, cool. We ought to keep that in the back of our minds as well. But more generally, I mean, I was listening to the conversation about the media pretty intently, and I think what has been happening over the past 4 or 5 years, as it relates to Biden and the media's coverage of him, the corporate media's coverage of him, has been something that we call manufacturing consent. Now, this is a theory that Chomsky came up with in the 60s. He popularized it, I should probably say, because he was talking about how the media was covering the Vietnam War at that time. And in the same way, people think that Walter Cronkite was this paragon of journalistic excellence. Walter Cronkite was a propagandist. He was a propagandist with a smile, a filthy propagandist. And I think that his reputation needs to be brought down in the American people's eyes, in my opinion. But that's a different story, different day. I have a bone to pick with Walter Cronkite. But he was one of the people that was constantly keeping up the narrative of the war effort in favor of the Vietnam War. So, the media has been doing this kind of stuff for a very long time. After Vietnam or around Vietnam, it was also in favor of the FBI against the social movements of the 60s, 68, 69. In fact, we know with declassified documents with COINTELPRO that J. Edgar Hoover was planting stories in local media outlets to demonize certain organizations. Among those organizations were the Black Panthers. Also among those organizations were the Vietnam anti-war protesters. They were literally planning false stories, and actually part of that entire strategy there wasn't just to demonize them in the eyes of the public. That's bad enough, but it was also to cause internal rifts in the organization by planting stories about members in the organization to cause them not to trust people, and so that kind of stuff happened. Then you had the whole Watergate situation. Now, what interested me a lot about not Watergate, excuse me. You had the church committee stuff that happened eventually came out.
Yep.
So I think the church committee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, was sparked by a group of citizens that went to Media, Pennsylvania, I believe, and broke into an FBI office, and they took a bunch of files and they leaked them to the press. Now, this is what the citizens that were concerned about the FBI. These citizens went to several media outlets before they tried to leak these files, and almost every single outlet turned them down. I think except one. I forgot what it was. I think it was the Washington Post, or something like that, which surprises me. They've actually broke two major stories in the history of American political history contemporarily. That's been quite devastating for the establishment, Watergate and that story. And the media back then was under the same level of control. Now you just come to the 21st century, it's gotten worse. Now as opposed to the 70s and 60s, where you didn't really have the sophisticated Homeland Security apparatus that we have now. Now you have the Homeland Security apparatus, you got the Patriot Act, you got the NSA, you've got the Pentagon implanting their experts whenever a war conflict happens to go on CNN and comment about war. And that's just a big scam because those so-called experts have strict connection with the Pentagon and the defense lobby. So they're representing a certain position. They're not actually giving objective commentary. You got so many of these different power centers and vectors that didn't even exist in the 70s when the media was still under capture that exists now. So the problem is even worse. So manufacturing consent becomes as easy as saying, anyone that says Biden's condition is bad is trying to lie to you, and you shouldn't believe them. They're a threat to our democracy. Because it's been 70 years of building up an apparatus, a sophisticated apparatus that has monopolized the public trust. It has 100%. Also bound the mindsets of people in society to the mediocre notion of status being conferred by brand names, not by merit. So you've got this dissolution of a willingness to seek out knowledge courageously, which is a prerequisite for a virtuous society. And then you've got a security apparatus that takes advantage of that unwillingness to seek out knowledge courageously and kind of parasitizes it for its own advantages. You got so many different things going on here. All to say this. The problem with the media it's not just skin deep. It's not just the media lies that's bad. No, it's a civilizational problem that goes to the very core of how so many Americans see credibility and status in their eyes. Yeah. It doesn't. CNN can go out of business tomorrow. That problem still exists, and there will be a different.
Did you say CNN could go out of business tomorrow?
Yes.
Please, God, his lips to your ears. I'm just saying
that problem's still there.
Yeah,
the problem's still there.
Yeah.
So how do you fix that? It's not as sexy as saying fake news. How do you fix that? How do you get rid of that?
Yeah.
I don't have the answer. I wish I had the answer. I'd probably be a rich man if I had the answer. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say competition. Well,
yes, that's actually a good answer.
What does competition look like in the area of news and journalism? And I'm keeping in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Dana White is just about to take the stage. We're going to go up there right now. He will be introducing former President Trump.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And here we go.
Video purse, probably, no?
folks, believe me, I'm not stepping away from this, but to keep me out of trouble with certain copyright
turn it down.
I'm gonna take the volume down on this. But yeah, President Trump is about to hit the stage. Don't worry, we'll go back there just as soon as I think Mr. Greenwood, who I love to hear sing, is done with God Bless the USA. Well, I don't know about you fellas, but I really wish Dana White would amp it up a little bit on the enthusiasm. I just thought he kind of came across flat. But, it's just me. What can I tell you?
One of the best speeches. No,
Oh, yeah.
that was good.
Good.
I
mean,
content-wise.
I'm being a deliberate smart ass, but
but content-wise, that was one of the best speeches. Like, listen to what he said. He said the government's job is to protect your freedom, not run your life. That is the clearest articulation of what I want to see more coming out of the RNC. The clearest articulation. That was beautiful. That's what it should have been all 3 days. Shouldn't have been China's our biggest threat. We got to go and defend Taiwan. It shouldn't have been we got to go send money to countries thousands of miles away. It shouldn't have been, all this other nonsense. It should have been that.
And I agree. Chris, I agree with that part. I'm not surprised that I didn't miss, because that was some of the talking points I get tired of hearing too. Yes, I'm all about.
There he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead, gentlemen. We're still waiting.
Okay. But that's one of the things I get tired of hearing about is going all over the world. Now, again, I get it. Where necessary, where threats are, viable threats, we do have to pay attention and help out, fellow countries, things of that nature. But generally speaking, that's what Trump's platform has been about since basically since he's run for office in 2016 up to now. When he says make America great again, it's not a racial issue with him. Speaking as a black man, because that's one of the talking points I heard some black folks over the years talk about black, Democratic especially. But no, it's an American issue. Yes, we as a people, the nation itself has issues. Let's go and be honest about that. When you have a nation full of people have issues. But how can we unify? How can we address these issues in a constructive manner? How can we deal with the issues that our kids are going to have to deal with later on? I mean, so those are the things I'm talking about. So when I listen to Trump's platform and listen to his campaign promises and all those type of things, hopefully, and yet some of the other speakers, and I definitely agree with Christian on that as well. With Dana, when Dana speaks, I listen because I respect him. He has a lot of substantive things to say.
Yeah, it sounds like the song is winding down. And like I said, we were talking about a little bit earlier, the ovation that this man is about to get is going to be something quite to hear. So with that, we are going to step off to the side, start jotting down notes, observations, and I'll be doing some mad scribbling. But ladies and gentlemen, former President Donald J. Trump taking the stage for the third consecutive time to receive his party's nomination to run for the presidency of the United States. And with that, we'll step to the side at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate, and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity
in prime time.
If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? but it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend that I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was number 1 on the chart recently, number 1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And What's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of just inflation. Being destroyed. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip. And it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. The press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn, Nungary, a wonderful woman. A precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul. Still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election, but we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. but we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic. And I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, We will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Brian, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Well, there went that beautiful intro. Like I said, folks, if you want comedy, stick around my channel. I will provide it. I was just saying that we're going to keep the images up for just a few minutes, and we're going to take it around the horn to get everybody's observations. Former President Trump has finished his remarks. The family's coming out on the stage for the traditional end of the convention, and different kind of speech from Trump in a lot of ways. A lot of things that were very similar. And I'm very interested to get your guys' take. I mean, I've got my thoughts, but I'll hold off till I hear from you. Christian, I'll go ahead and throw it over to you first, and then we'll take it around the horn.
Yeah, so there's a few things I've noticed here. First of all, I think the first 15 to 20 minutes when he's describing the assassination attempt, I think that's probably one of the most powerful speeches I've heard in recent political history.
I agree.
I think I can't think of, many of you guys can, but I can't think of anything from my studies, most certainly, or from my own life experience, how long I've been alive, that has been as powerful or as moving. That was a moment that cut across ideology and went straight to the heart. So that's the obvious point that I think a lot of people probably feel like. That's the first observation I wanted to make. And I think that if you are an independent voter and you're looking at attempting to unify the country, I think the first 20 minutes was probably a good sell to you on that point. Mm-hmm. Now, the rest of the speech may not have been, but the first 20 minutes probably was a good sell. And of course, not everybody will see the entire speech, but people are going to see parts that are clipped out. So for that reason alone, I think that was pretty powerful. Second observation I want to make, he didn't talk about the deep state. He didn't talk about the administrative state. Mm-hmm. That's concerning because this is a moment where he has essentially achieved a level of imperviousness that shields him from having to worry about, in my opinion, retribution. He's already suffered the maximum amount of retribution on several different levels. Great. So the argument that Trump is trying to survive by not talking about issues that are important, he no longer gets that excuse, in my opinion. He did not talk about the deep state. This has been a perfect opportunity in front of all of the media, in front of all of both the establishment and the new people in the Republican Party, to say, you know what, there is this illegitimate group that has infected a part of our government, the executive branch. And me as a chief executive, when I get in there, I'm going to do everything in my power to fire, slash, and destabilize this group so that no future president or no future politician has to worry about retribution that does not come from the ballot box. He didn't do that. That was a crucially missed opportunity. And if that is a sign of what we can expect for the rest of the year, we got a few months to election day, of course. But if that is a sign, then I think a lot of people who are expecting him to push back against that apparatus, I think that those people are going to be dismayed, myself included. But, I'm not going to read too much into that, but that was a very concerning thing. Third observation is that they had him on a script.
Yeah.
Then he went off. But he went off in a way that is not tempered with his usual bombast. He went off in a way that is simply tangential, but it all came back to a specific point he was trying to make. Right? Normally, when he goes off, he's very bombastic, very grandiose, he's making himself look tall in terms of survivalist wilderness terms. Right? He didn't do that this time.
Yep.
He was much more lucid and focused. And there are some people on Twitter, of course, getting mad at him for going off and not sticking to the speech. Look, I think part of the problem with American politics is that our politicians are so canned and scripted. There is conventional political wisdom that says you should say this thing in this way, in this manner, or if you don't, somehow you're committing a grave evil. That mentality is a mentality of the old world that I think has held back excellence in American politics. It has also held back the possibilities that our political order can achieve. It has held back so many different things. Personally, I think it actually is quite frustrating because if you look at instances through history, people who were perfectly competent, or even if you didn't agree with them, they were competent otherwise, like Howard Dean, perfectly competent in my opinion. I don't agree with him on anything, very surely, but he is not the worst thing the left can offer. He made a single yell, and that killed his campaign. Why? Have people asked themselves, why is in a moment of excitement, which is human, why would that kill a campaign? Because American politics trains you to be inhuman. They want you to be an abstraction, a placeholder for something. Well, I don't like that. I want humans to be governing me, not inauthentic robots that are spun up in front of the camera, but then when they're off the camera, they're a different person. No, I want to know if I'm dealing with a demon or if I'm dealing with a saint. I want to know exactly what I'm dealing with.
Yep.
But for very long, the orthodoxies of both parties have emphasized appearance. In my opinion, one of the greatest triumphs of the Trump presidency would be putting every political operative in terms of every political strategist, electoral strategist out of business. Because if you hire a consultant, because if you hire a political consultant, they perpetuate this kind of mediocre behavior. They're like, you got to stand this way, say this thing, do this thing. I want to put every one of them out of business because they have done so much harm. They've done about as much harm to the American political system than the deep state has, in my opinion. The last observation I'll make very quickly. To get shot, to be 78 years old, past the average life expectancy for men by a few years, to go on for over an hour, almost 12 a.m. our time, actually past 12 a.m. our time, and to be lucid, coherent, and passionate, that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
That doesn't come from a drug. That doesn't come from, I doubt it comes from caffeine in his case. That comes from pure stamina and a love of country. And just a purely character basis, if you are looking for a president, I think that is willing to work that hard to gain the public vote, willing to work that hard to preserve the republic, empirically, I see that in him. So overall, I think tonight, and this is going to sound a very big proclamation, I think tonight is the night that he became president. I think tonight is the night he became president. That's my ultimate takeaway.
Yeah, 78 years old, on stage for over an hour plus, past the hour of midnight, and having had an attempt on his life less than 6 days ago, and is standing there bull strong, and basically looking at the world going, you took your best shot and I'm still here. I agree with you there. Darius, I'll throw it over to you. What'd you think? What were your observations It's all on you, my man.
Oh, for one, I think what I liked about Trump's messaging, again, he stayed on the topic big time about unity when he first even opened up. And again, he could definitely go after his enemies full-fledged, but he didn't. So I ain't gonna get all on that as much because I've seen him do that quite often. But I do agree with Christian on that he probably could have gone after a little bit more because he would definitely have had a good reason to and a whole lot of support for doing so.
Yeah.
I like that he's focused also as being president for all the people, not for the Republicans, not just for the MAGA group. But he still stresses that I'm a Republican for those who like me and those who do not. Those who support me, those who do not. I love how he turned the. Let's see what I say here. Oh, I love the story that how you turned the event around into a short story event. I mean, as dangerous as it was, as captivating as it was, but how you just simply instead of it reading off like a little headline, how he just told a little short story of what led to from the beginning of the day and talk about the weather. And how he described it, that by itself was definitely a good hook that drew people in to hear what he had to say about what led to or the things that happened that led to him getting shot. I loved how he praised this is Secret Service agents because there's been a lot of reports about that. You know, I'm sure all you guys also have seen a lot of reporting on that. And so we still try to get a handle on what exactly occurred. It does look like some nefarious activity took place, but the fact that he also took the time to praise those Secret Service agents who basically did give their lives, or should I say, put their lives on the line to protect him during that time, instead of focusing on the negative aspect that he didn't have enough protection, the holes in the security. I like what he did on that too. Again, in this case, at that particular time, that is what's needed because not all Secret Service agents have issues, whatever the case may be. I like the way he set that up. I loved also how he respected the firefighter that lost life, the only life that is tragically lost during that time. And I'm sure that the family, although they're going to be bereaved for a while, if they ever look back on something like this, an event like this, you're going to see how the president took the time out of his busy schedule, out of his speech, to actually show some deference and pay homage to and show great respect to the fallen firefighter. And I would say also for the record for myself that I do pray for that family as well and pray for the recovery or speedy recovery for those others who were injured that day. And a couple more things is, when was the last time in the political sphere did you ever seen a political figure? Well, first of all, when was the last time you ever seen Biden with a presentation like this? Bringing the people together. The camera is showing all the people who are in utter support of his fired up speech, talking about unity for the nation. That's just talking about Biden. But then again, also beyond that, just in politics, period. When was the last time? This type of event, I mean, I think it was amazing from top to bottom overall. Okay. I mean, I know some of everybody didn't like all the speakers per se, you know, the Hulk Hogan's and all that kind of stuff, but just overall, leading up to this particular moment, I think it had a lot of positive points to it. So you guys may know more history on that than I do, but I don't recall seeing it this fired up, this unified, this involved.
I agree with that.
There's so much on the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, America's going through a rebirthing period in some ways.
Agree with that.
But anyway, that's my take on it.
Reuben, I'll throw it over to you.
His speech was very monumental, very moving. The very beginning, the way he started off with, I will only talk about this one time, at one time only.
Yeah, I agree.
Is the one thing that's very important. This means that this is the historical account from his own words. And when he did start the speech, and of course he started that whole rhythm of giving the speech, giving a going off script, giving the speech, and going back and forth. And you're right in the fact that when he goes off script, he's Trump. This was introspective Trump. This was contemplative Trump.
That's a good way of putting it.
Every single time that he did that, he would go off, but you knew he would go off, but then it would be more like he's seen beyond, and he's looking forward for something else out there. He sees something out there. So again, he knows the weight of what's happening. 3 times in a row, 3 speeches. You can analyze this. This man has been like I said, he's been an entertainer. He's been a businessman. He's been president. He's been a mentor to millions of people. He's been inspiration to millions of people. And he's a typification of the American dream. And this is a very special night. And again, A+ all around. And it's very nice to see a American family together, and it's very, very special.
Very true. Very true. If you are a night owl and you happen to find this live stream, my name's Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by some absolutely fantastic commentators: Reuben Christopher Haynes, Darius Simpson, the Professor Christian Watson. I'm going to give my take for what it's worth on this, and the observations already given are extremely good, which is part of the reason why I have these gentlemen hanging around with me so I can get smarter. The mark of a good public speaker is knowing how to reel your audience in. I mean, one of the common things that I found throughout the first 3 nights is that you could tell when you didn't have a good public speaker. Why? Because everybody's talking in the arena, and you could hear the over noise over top of the microphone. When Trump dropped that line about, "I'm going to talk about this just once," that room went stone silent. I don't think I can ever remember a political convention. I mean, it's happened before, obviously. I mean, you get to the night of the presidential candidate, everybody's focused on the stage, everyone's paying attention. But when he dropped that line, if there was any underbuzz or concurrent, but it's gone. I thought it was an extremely nice touch. The way he told the story. I agree with Darius. I mean, he was telling a story. It's not like, yeah, you've read this in the newspapers, you've read things online. No, I'll tell you what happened. This is how it went down. Sun shining, nice afternoon. I turned my head 1/4 of an inch, and I heard something high pierced go by, and then I had blood everywhere all over me. And I think the way he did that, and whether it was by natural instinct or by design of he and his speechwriters, set the tone for what he was able to do next. Because at that point, he had drawn everybody in. And even though he went into a laundry list, which I thought at one point he went from Trump the storyteller to Trump the salesman. Okay, and that's my only real criticism / critique of the speech. At some point, he slipped back into Trump the salesman. We're going to do this laundry list of things, which, and again, man got shot at 78 years old 6 days ago. He can do his speech however he wants to do it. But if I do have a criticism of the speech, that was it. But then again, the way he set the tone up in the first 15 minutes gave him the ability to do that. It wasn't a typical Trump speech. I mean, he laid out his vision of what he wanted to do. And at one point, I thought one of the most humorous two of the humorous lines of the night is when that chart came up there. He looked at it and goes, that's that chart. Now I finally get to look at the thing. It was a very, very interesting and cool moment. The other line I thought was hysterically funny. Kim Jong-un, I think he misses me. who else but Trump could pull that off in a moment like that?
Right.
I agree. The theme of unity just rang throughout the speech. I really thought it was interesting. A policy proposal for an American Iron Dome. Now that I thought, oh man, we're having a flashback to Star Wars here.
Don't see that.
Yeah, but I do agree. I mean, the one toward the end though, he reeled it back in to where he started in the first 15 minutes. Some people say that, we're talking about our expectations. Your expectations aren't great enough. In other words, we're calling the nation to a higher standard of what it is we should expect from ourselves and our government. And the last 10 minutes, yeah, he knocked it out of the park. I mean, on the whole, I think the speech was good. I mean, I was bouncing around, keeping an eye on the stream and also keeping an eye on Twitter. I think the way Trump did this tonight, if one of the overarching goals of the convention was to show Trump the human being, the way he did this speech tonight was the cherry on top of that cake. He really did. He opened it up that way. And just like I say, it was an amazing thing to watch. In that first 15 minutes was like, okay, I'll tell you what happened, but I'm only going to tell you once. And then at that point, he had the crowd locked in for the whole rest of the night. Just absolutely amazing to watch. Other thoughts and observations? Anybody want to throw anything out there for the benefit of the good?
Well, I have a question for the panel.
Okay.
Based on the attacks that he has been getting, let's say pre-failed assassination attempt.
Okay.
Tell me, in this speech or in any of his speeches, but specifically tonight with this speech, did you hear anything that suggested he was dictatorial, that he is a terrorist threat, that he is misogynistic, that he is a racist, that he's any of those things that they have labeled him as? What did you hear tonight that sounded un-American and a threat to we the people or to this country?
Reuben, I'll throw that one to you first. You're mooted.
I'm looking for it because there was something he said that could be misconstrued. I didn't know I saw it. It went by. Oh, when he basically said, "I'm trying to buy votes."
Oh yeah.
That's the one line that's going to be misconstrued and be taken clipped for against again. They're gonna, and there have to be others out there that they can audio clip out that they're gonna do. So that's what they have to do, because that's what they panic. They have to demonize the person they're running against. It's not about what they stand for. It's basically that guy's worse than I am, and it's not true. It's basically so that was the one line I remember. There was probably other ones out there, but again. Because anytime that he mixes up a word in the speech, and he does it sometimes, we all do it sometimes.
Sure.
They may clip those things out of him. Again, people love to edit stuff, take things out of context, so that's what they'll do. But that was one of the things that I think. I don't know if there's any of you others heard anything like that. That was the one thing that stuck out to me. But they could take it out of context.
I mean, for my part, Darius, to answer your question, no, not. I mean, the line about Sam Brown, he paid the biggest price of anybody running. The veteran of wars who had facial disfiguration from shrapnel and enemy fire that he took. Well, I know Tammy Duckworth, who's lost one or both legs.
Both legs.
Both legs. Yeah, there's the late Sam Cleveland, who was a senator from Georgia. I mean, the press is going to absolutely chew him up for that line. But beyond that, no. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, were there any lines where he did what you asked? No. Is the press going to accuse him of that? Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, on the whole, it was a speech with a whole different tone. I mean, Christian, I'll throw it down to you for your response to Darius's question.
No, and I normally don't think, again, I don't think that way. I think that a lot of people who think that way are trying to find something to be outraged about. And so I don't think, okay, is this racist, misogynistic? I don't think that way. What I do is I will take a statement and I will think through the statement. I'll think through its implications. And if it seems wrong to me, I'll call that out.
Sure.
But nothing Trump has said ever has really, I mean, if you understand the context, has really ever made me think this guy is a misogynist. I mean, nothing. I mean, there was the grab them by their private part comment. I thought it was crude, probably inappropriate, but I don't think it was misogynistic. I think that's
No.
basically how a lot of men talk. You know, I've been around a lot of men. A lot of men talk that way, unfortunately. And it's just the male. That's the male nature. Men do a lot of things that people think are crude. I mean, that's just what masculine nature is. So I never thought that. But what I do think, I think that he did miss some very important opportunities to expand upon his vision. He should have expanded upon his, not just the administrative state. That's one big thing. I think he should have expanded upon his vision for being America first. You know, I think that there's a problem when you have the idea of America first juxtaposed with being the solution to the world's problems.
Right.
For example, he said that when I was in office, Putin didn't want to invade Ukraine. Well, that was definitely true, but the president of the United States should have no sway or no care for those, kind of matters, because the president of the United States is not the president of Ukraine or the president of Russia. So what Trump did there, he kind of reinforced this idea that America has to be the great stabilizer in the world. I think that we're definitely a great economic stabilizer, but to be a great military stabilizer, that is going to imply interventionism, whether it be dollars, whether it be arms sales, whether it be, God forbid, going in there and actually starting a war, bombing people. And that idea has caused endless amounts of destruction, has destabilized the homeland. And I think it's also ultimately has destabilized the world as well. So in my opinion, he should have said, America first means America first. No more funds for Ukraine.
Yeah.
No more funds for Israel. No more funds for any of these countries. Now, the Israel comments, some people get nervous about that. No, but no more funds. It's not about Israel. It's not about Ukraine. It's about having a moral obligation to the homeland. He didn't do that. He should have been more muscular on that, because you can't be America first while still being deeply invested in other countries. Now, I will say something. He has recently signaled a willingness not to start World War III over Taiwan. I'm not sure you guys saw, but he recently had an interview where he was quite, I would say, quite ambivalent about the Taiwan situation. But he basically said, no, I will not go in if China goes in. There's many things going against America in that situation. So many miles away. There's caused so many problems. That's progress. Because if Joe Biden's philosophy has been America will defend Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi should go over there and go to Taiwan against the wishes of Xi Jinping, therefore destabilizing an already unstable situation. Trump's philosophy is don't add fuel to the fire. If he can just extend that to other areas, that'd be better. It'd be consistent.
Yeah.
But I don't see a demand for him to do that amongst a lot of politicos and pundits that are on the right. I don't see a demand for that. They just say America first without even thinking about what it means. That's a problem.
Well, and to take it one step further, there's one line that he got off in there that I know is another thing he's going to get roasted for. Yeah, I can end wars with a phone call. Now, the press is going to pick up on that and immediately just pounce on, oh, you arrogant SOB. You think you can just pick up a phone and end a war? Well, there's kind of a reason for that. And this, to me, would have been an opening to get into a discussion of why was I able to end wars or maybe keep us out of them with a phone call? The reason is you don't have to go around the world letting go with rockets and putting boots on the ground every time somebody puts your nose out of joint. You can actually talk to someone. You can actually try to work it out without having to put American military might or American blood or American treasure on the line to make it happen. And, Christian, I agree with your point. America first, America first, America first, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Okay, what does that mean practically? Philosophically, what does that mean and how does it practically work itself out? I mean, I've always said that Trump is instinctually conservative. Not necessarily philosophically conservative, but he's instinctually conservative. This would have been a gold. And again, maybe I'm picking for not a reason. But at some point, if not with this speech, then somewhere down the line, especially as this is the twilight of his political career, that understanding of what is MAGA, what is America first, is gonna have to be fleshed out for people. It can't just be a thing of, oh well, we believe in putting ourselves first. Well, how does that work itself out? Show me what that means. And in that respect, he could have done a little more of that tonight. But I mean, that's me just making that's my observation. Let me flip it around as we're getting ready to wrap this thing up for the night. And I want to thank all three of you for being here. I mean, Reuben's been with me here all week. Christian, Darius, you guys have been fantastic tonight. And I'm not just saying that to blow smoke up your pant legs. You guys have been an absolutely wonderful addition to what we've been doing here all week. In about 30 days, the Democrats will gather in Chicago. And I said that we'd get into a little bit of what Halpern was reporting, and I'll do it briefly. I mentioned it earlier. If, and again, until it comes off his lips, but if it happens and they've got an open convention, you've had the Republicans do one of the best 4-day presentations of, with areas they could have improved on. I get it. If they go into the convention in Chicago, an open convention with no official nominee, which has not happened since 1968, and Reuben, God knows you and I have talked about what that was like. Gentlemen, what are we about to watch in 30 days from the Democrats? Anybody wants to start it? Go ahead.
Imagine listening to the opening of the Benny Hill show. There you go. That's basically it.
I know the piece of music you're talking about. I know exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, and then all of them all running around like crazy, and it's gonna be like report after report after report. It's like at the end of the. It's like I don't hope, but it would be funny. It's like at the end of the movie when they finally say freeze, we got you. Like everyone's being turned in or whatever,
Oh, Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Yeah.
And then and they're all like, they got them at the very end, and everyone's like being arrested. Woo! Like, that'd be funny. Just saying that seems like it's going to be like that. Just and they're going to start to eat their own. I think that's the next level of things you're going to have happen. They're doing it already. Did they cancel a Morning Joe, or just took them off the air for one day or for a couple of days?
Took them off the air for Monday. Just Monday. And the circumstances are a little bit weird to that story, but we'll save that for another occasion. Darius,
right?
Your thoughts about what we're about to see from the Democrat National Convention in 30 days?
I think it's just messy. I don't even know. I don't know, because these guys have pulled out all the stops, and anything they know they don't have a solid platform to even run off of. Everything they say when they come against Trump or come against MAGA, anything Republican based or really MAGA based, they pretty much deflect all the time. So what I'm really concerned about is what's the next event that's going to happen that's going to actually distract from whatever their message is supposed to be in 30 days. I mean, it's a lot of time between now and then. So are we going to have a potential terrorist attack? Are we going to have another attack on Trump? Or is it's going to be a civil war? I mean, it's really up in the air right now, because desperate times calls for desperate measures. And I think that it's every time they've tried to make Trump weak or hurt him or destroy his name or defame him, he's come back even stronger every single time, which is why it led to last week's debacle. So, a matter of fact, 2 days ago, I saw a text. I think it's from DC Draino. I don't know if you guys follow him. I think
I do.
He showed on his X that some person said something to the effect of, by this, I'm paraphrasing it, they missed him this time. They missed, in other words, the assassination against Trump failed. But by September 1st, I'm just saying paraphrase what this guy did say as far as the date and all that. By September 1st, they will get Trump. They will shoot him. They will kill him. They won't miss, is what the message said. So I'm praying for the nation, regardless of people who hold my belief or hold our conviction or not. I'm praying for us as a nation, because they're going to pull out all the stops. I don't know if it's going to be the next 30 days. I don't know if it's going to be the next 60 days, but I believe we're in a situation right now. The next 3-4 months is going to be very hot.
Yeah. Christian?
I'm not Nostradamus. I don't know. I do my best not to bet on things because the future is so fluid. Here's what I do think, though, in terms of the DNC. If Biden does release the delegates and he does drop out of the race, my suspicion is the DNC party elites will be able to change the rules or do something like they always do at the last minute to ensure that whatever happens benefits somebody. So I don't accept the premise that this is going to be some wild convention where everyone is running like a chicken with their head cut off. The DNC elites have shown perfect willingness to subvert the rules, change the rules at the last minute to benefit whoever they want to. This is how they do it. This is how parties, by the way, and this is how party politics in general works. They tried doing it with Trump as well. It just didn't work as well because he had grassroots support, whereas the DNC, they kind of just move things around at the whim. So I don't suspect that. I think that they're going to want to preserve optics because for a very long time, optics has been very bad for them. I think that there's going to be a very wild social element at the convention. There's already some groups that are planning protests there. Although if those protests are anything like the protests that have happened at the RNC, I'm not worried because those protests weren't really that wild. I'm very optimistic. I think things are going to be okay. I think things are going to be okay. No, really. I think things are going to be okay.
Chicago.
I understand it's unpopular, but I think things are going to be okay. I do. And here's why I think things are going to be okay. I think things are going to be okay because what just happened on Saturday, okay, he didn't die, but he almost got hit. That kind of environment, that kind of attempt in this kind of environment, that should have lit a powder keg. That should have caused, if the fears that people on social media have about our political environment are true, that should have caused masses of people who are already mobilized, already on edge, to say, you know what, they're not playing fair, I'm done with this, go ahead and engage them. It didn't. What it did is it caused people to, number one, pray. Number two, it caused people to reflect, and it caused people to be determined. For that reason, because people don't have faith that Americans can do that because of how tense things seem. So I believe that the better angels of our nature will come through in the toughest times. So I'm not worried. I think that things are going to be interesting. I think that there could be more attempts. I don't know. They'd be very brazen, very stupid if there were more attempts because J.D. Vance would be there, and J.D. Vance is not necessarily friendly to the Ministry of State. He's not really friendly towards them. He may not want to abolish it, but he wants to fire all of them. They don't want that. They want to keep power. Yeah. So that's just as bad to them. So I don't know. I don't suspect anything like Saturday again. I suspect other things. Mm-hmm. Maybe Trump should probably watch what he eats. Should probably, I think he by the way, the Secret Service, he should have called them out, in my opinion. I know he's trying to be friendly.
Yeah, I agree.
But that wasn't. I agree. That was deliberate. I have been looking at this evidence for the past 5 days. For everything from the fact that Thomas Crooks was known up to an hour or 2 hours before the event happened, the fact that he was reported 26 minutes before the event happened, the fact that a minute or so before the shots rang out, cops were running towards Thomas Crooks. So someone knew, this came out today, someone knew something was happening. The Secret Service did not get Trump off the stage. There's so many different things that add up to say this was not a coincidence. This was not an error. Any rational security detail would have kept him off the stage until they cleared the threat. They didn't do that. So there is obviously an attempt within the structure of government to try to make him vulnerable.
Now why was the building not covered?
Yeah.
Well,
no. The reason is because they use the building to house the people waiting for the security. So they secured it by keeping it secure, taking over the building.
Well, they went inside, but they didn't go on the roof.
Exactly.
Right. They didn't.
And they let a kid.
But if they're in, so you're telling me that they took control of the building, they were inside that building, and that for over an hour, this guy's outside the building, walking around.
It makes no sense, does it?
And that makes no sense.
No sense whatsoever.
That makes no sense. So it's even dumber.
So there's an attempt. There's an attempt to subvert him from the inside. Yep. That's what he needs to worry about. I wouldn't even
Right.
do rallies
Yes.
in all honesty. I wouldn't even do rallies. Every rally he goes to, every area, from the Mirror to getting into his plane to getting in a car, he puts himself at risk. I think JD should be the person to go out and do rallies for him. I think Trump should sit in Mar-a-Lago and he should do virtual rallies maybe, but he doesn't. He's done everything he needs to do. I don't think he has to go out there and engage anymore. He's done more than what he needs to do. That's my opinion.
Well, his class has elevated because now he is the official nominee of the Republican Party. So I think that there should be some level of higher security being put in. And I think that there are a bunch of congressmen and senators that are going to be explicitly saying that this has to be put in place immediately.
Yeah.
I don't trust the Secret Service. I'm sorry. I don't trust them.
I agree because this goes back once again earlier a few hours ago when Reuben brought up the media thing. Trump's presence on the political scene drastically exposed what we were up against, the machinery, how it really was, how it really is. And so when Trump first came out, a big part of his platform was I'm going to drain the swamp and the deep state and all that. One of the things I noticed late last year was this. Trump never identified or specified that, hey, the swamp is a Republican or this is Republican based, or the swamp is Democratic based, or is liberal based. No, he said I'm draining the swamp. Why? Because there are players on all sides. This monster, this machinery, this system actually has infiltrated all parties, all backgrounds. Now, I'm not saying every single person in politics is evil or part of the deep state or whatnot. I'm just saying you have to think like the evil ones do. They say, okay, Trump has been going out here doing all of these rallies, et cetera, et cetera. He won't go out to eat when he was the president. He did not trust the kitchen staff, so he would go out many times to McDonald's, for example, to eat there. Why? Because he didn't trust the established employees or personnel at the White House, because he knew they could spike his food or poison his food. Matter of fact, a couple of days ago, I heard that will be the next thing people would try to do, going to Christian's point, that another way they can try to go after him is by poisoning him. And I heard that recently. So, and then I'm also aware of, and again, I can't back it up, but I have heard even pre this incident that Trump has had 29 or 30 other assassination attempts upon his life. So,
Yeah, there were numerous. One in Las Vegas where a British kid tried to take the gun of an officer and shoot him. One at an airport in Ohio where someone tried rushing the stage. There's been numerous. This has just been the most.
Oh, yeah.
The most visible for all to see.
Yeah. And this is the part. This is the one that took me by surprise in the manner of speaking, even though I was honestly, and I hate to say it, but I did expect something like this. But what I didn't expect is when I was watching my television that last Saturday, actually see this attempt happen live.
Yeah.
So again, I think the Democratic Party or whoever is a part of that faction is going to pull out all the stops between now and November to do whatever they can to either stop Trump from making it that period, or with the Biden scenario, that I think Brian you was talking about us briefly addressing it, is that this weekend, this Sunday or something, he's supposed to drop out of the race. Is that correct?
Supposedly, if Halpern's reporting is correct.
And so, like I said, and I completely agree with you. When I responded to my friend about it, I said, I will believe this if I see it. Yep. Until then, Biden has told the truth. And whenever he tells a gaffe, that to me, I've learned to pick up on that. It's the only time he's really telling the truth. So if he comes out and he gets on TV and says I'm canceling or suspending my candidacy, then I'll believe it. But until then,
agreed.
It's just a word.
Here's my thoughts on Chicago, and with this we'll wrap it up and then get everybody's coordinates. Let's if this is to be true, then I agree with Christian. The Democrat leadership is going to make sure one person, and probably one person alone, gets this nomination from a, quote, open convention. That will be Kamala. Because to bypass her sets up too big of a problem for the Democrats in general with their base. How do you overlook the first black female, at least they're claiming first black female vice president. That's the first problem. Second problem is, if you're who is Kamala going to get for the VP? Because supposedly reports have already come out that Newsom and Whitmer have already said, nope, not interested. Third problem is, how do you deal with Biden not being there? Because Kamala's going to have to run and defend 4 years of the Biden administration. Well, either you got to forge your own path, which means you got to say, yeah, the guy I was working with, he was a real schmuck. How do you handle all that? So, I mean, I think Christian's right. There's going to be an orderly process to try and get Kamala the nomination, but I think the logistical problems are going to be a nightmare. And the polling numbers, I had it up here and I just took it down. The swing state polling, they've already started, or I should say, very reputable pollsters that I listen to, Matt Towery being one of them, have already run the numbers in the swing states. In Georgia and Florida, Kamala would be behind by 10 points. In Pennsylvania, she'd be behind by, it was either 5 or 7. It just gets worse everywhere else. So, I mean, the argument that somehow says if we get rid of Biden, things get better. No, they don't. No, they don't. So anyway, and with that, I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and take it around the horn. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much for being here tonight. Christian, I'll start with you. Where can people find you on social media? What can they do to support your work and your efforts?
You can find me on Twitter at @OfficialCWatson and on YouTube at Pensive Politics. I really appreciate it. I'm making almost daily content. I'm making a lot of tweets as well. I don't even know how many times I tweet a day. I'm kind of in this place where I'm in the sort of flow state because I know what's at stake and I know what job I have to do. I know what role I have to play. And so I'm just pushing out content. Tomorrow we have a video coming out about the growing appetite for vengeance on the right. And I'm going to kind of use the Home Depot lady who was fired. I'm going to use her as a jump off point. I think there's something very dark going on, but there's also a very important hunger for self-defense. I think it's also going on because many people feel as if the left has been aggressing us for years. So why not aggress them? Well, I have an answer to that. It's going to be pretty interesting. So I'd encourage folks to check that out tomorrow on the YouTube channel. Thank you much for having me, Brian. I appreciate it.
No, absolutely a pleasure to have you here always. Darius, where can people find you on social media? What can they do to help you out?
You can find me on YouTube at Real Talk with W_Darius12 and on Twitter at _King Darius12. And pretty much just check out my channels. Subscribe to my Twitter. I pretty much just talk about politics, religion, things I believe are relevant, things that matter to me, and I believe a lot of other people feel the same way about life. And again, I'll put up some more videos in the next day or two. I believe I'm gonna wrap it up a little bit more, just leading into the election, because I believe it's going to be a very, very interesting period of time in our history.
Agreed. Reuben?
It's been a great night. Thank you for all three of you being here. I really appreciate being here.
Thank y'all.
Yes. So you can find me on Rumble, YouTube, X, Instagram at Reuben Haynes. So basically I'm doing my weight loss, my healthcare journey, all about natural healing. And, just going to continue to push forward on X and Rumble. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
And folks,
and real quick, Brian, I apologize. I want to say thank you for hosting this nearly 5-hour event. I never imagined doing a 5-hour show. You did a great job. I enjoyed the gentleman, Christian, Reuben. I appreciate your ideas and collaborating. I myself have learned a lot and so forth. So I appreciate you guys, and I enjoyed it. And hopefully we get a chance to do it again.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure to have all of you here, and I mean that in all sincerity. And folks, lest you think that the fun stops with tonight, we are going to be back here come August for covering the DNC convention, which should be really interesting. And gentlemen, all of you are invited. I mean, I'll pull out a chair for you.
Open convention. I cannot wait. Got to get the popcorn ready. Hot dogs, go cheering. Yay.
There you go. All right, folks, you can find me on Rumble and on YouTube at the Front Porch Conservative. Also follow me on Twitter at the Front Porch C1. Gentlemen, thank you again so much. ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for being with us for all 4 nights of our coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. God bless you guys. I will be back tomorrow afternoon on my channel, 2 o'clock Eastern, to do a wrap-up of the week. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right.